Alright, let's get the party going. Set the game title. Party. Yeah. Current planner available. I can provide it in a second. Actually, yeah, you can just use this to import from LE Tools, and that'll give you my current build. Make sure to keep that on hand if you plan on following it, because if I change the build, it'll just pull in my current gear every time. So, all right, let's get going. So we have some favor. Do I need to grab prophecies? Yeah, I'm pretty much out. Okay. What game music do we want today? Actually, I haven't played the Last Epoch music in a while. Some casual jams. All right. So right now we're trying to get our Frostclaw geared up a little bit better so I can push to 2000 corruption. I think the issue is probably that I'm missing intelligence. I switched to a +3 Frostclaw Twisted Heart. So I dropped some int here. I don't have any int on the rings other than the base. I switched to Static Shell, which is pretty good. I have a 2 LP of this to slam, but I need a base. Yeah, so the belt is, yeah, this is the Abomination belt, exactly. The LP is pretty rare, and you probably also want a good roll. Otherwise, it wouldn't really be worth using. But, yeah. Holy lag. I always lag right after starting up the game for the first time. Farming him still no drop. It does seem like corruption helps a lot though, if you're able to push a little bit. Even if you could get to like 300 or so, it should make a difference. I got pretty, oh you're 500. Yeah, I got pretty lucky. I think I dropped the LP on maybe like my 10th kill. And then I got the slam on the first try, so I never even pushed corruption on that. I bricked a lot of Twisted Hearts though. How can I cope with the visuals? It's not too bad. I did turn my brightness down a little bit though. Before it was pretty hard to manage. No, it's not. It's not too bad. Probably need some computer upgrades at some point if I want to be playing builds like this. You can also turn down your monitor brightness too. Blue light shades, yeah. Yeah, that's probably an option as well. Yeah, you can do the settings in brightness is here somewhere. Graphics. Brightness, yeah. I have it on medium. I could put it on low, but it doesn't make that much difference. The monitor itself should have settings, and your graphics card might also have settings. So right now I'm trying to stack armor with static shell. I'm not completely convinced it actually works correctly. So I would think I'd be a lot more tanky than I am, but I don't know, maybe it's just in my head. Maybe I need more cast speed. Hey, have a fun stream. Thank you. You're not sticking around? I guess it's probably pretty late your time, right? Sad today. Oh no! You're 2 LP Blood of the Exile, I'm guessing. Those are extremely painful. 1030. Yeah, that's pretty painful. I also bricked mine. I have this int void res. It's pretty sad. I don't even know if I care that much about armor. I might just go for CDR, to be honest. Because, like, looking at the armor formula, I kind of get to soft cap already, even with these gloves. I like this times 2.5. You already basically get to soft cap. Hey Andrew, what's up? How's it going? Still better than mine. Move speed and void. Oh no, you don't have even a 1 LP? I feel like a 1 LP would be better than a 2 with no int. Or even a Telfoon if you have. I need to gather some of these mana spent. Gained his ward. They go up to 75. Yeah. You're still looking for your red rings? Oh damn. You've been looking for those for a while. That's pretty rough. No 1 LP with int. Well, even like, I don't know if you have any of these with a decent roll. Like any of these is like an upgrade, right? And like these are pretty common from the boot prophecy. Unless you're like extremely lucky. Or unlucky, rather. Alright, let's keep pushing. You're determined? Nice. Yeah, if you don't care about LP, you can always just use your Runes of Ascendance on the rings. It's not worth going out of your way to farm them, but at least it sort of helps. That's the thing with this build though, is like, even if you get a 2 LP, if you miss int, it doesn't matter. Even if your other 2 affixes are good, if you don't have int, it's not worth using. Int or bust. Use all them on rings. Yeah, same. On the CoF rings, yeah, that's the strategy. Hello, people. What's up? How's it going? Welcome back to the stream. Another fine day of corruption pushing. Hopefully we'll get some slams today. You miss every in-slam? Oh man. Yeah, those are really rough too, because you need the 4% on the prism. So most of your LP prism gazes are not even worth slamming. You get to be people too. We all get to be people. Today we're all people. You got your first Omnis, is it usable? Yeah, there's some people playing Frostclaw that are using Omnis. If you get like a crit multi-slam or something, then I'd say it's probably usable. The only problem with the Omnis is that it doesn't really give the damage reduction that we need, and we also don't really need the resists from it if we're using Red Ring. So I don't really think Omnis is the best. It does give you +1 to Frostclaw though, so you don't need to use a plus level relic. Always low rolls. Ryan's Eye is not a good fit either. I don't think so. Let me check. Maybe. Pretty sure I have one. Do I really not have any? Did I spell it right? Oh, I might not even have any of them. I guess I don't. You tried your first smash? Oh no. What did you smash? I can't believe I have no Orion's Eye. That is really strange. I guess I haven't farmed necklaces, but that's fine. So this is 10. It gets the DOT reduction? Yeah, you get some conversion. It's like fire to void or something, or void to fire. It might be okay. I don't know. There was one necklace I saw some people using. I forget what it's called. It's like a conflux of something or whatever. It gives a bunch of flat damage. That I think is probably because of ladle scaling. Why is this? Oh, mana spent. If you lose your skill points, yeah, that is normal. It takes them out. It is really annoying though. Yeah, if you ever unequip an item with levels of skills, even if you just like swap it. Like if I swap my Twisted Heart for a different Twisted Heart, it unspecs. I don't know why it needs to do that, but it does. Conflux of Fate, maybe. That sounds right. Suddenly win in, yeah, that's what happens, exactly. Because it unspecs Gift of Winter. which you need for mana sustain. That's the problem. All right. Let's not get killed by a Soul Spire. You also have an LP. Nice. Pretty sure those are really high OP level. I think they're like 90 or something. You can only hit 5k ward, you need to keep finding better gear. Do you have Twisted Heart? What gets unspec'd? It's not random, no. There's some like order, it's like some like left to right thing, and it prioritizes stuff with high number of points in it. Like there's some logic to which ones it does. Because if I do it like 10 times right now, it'll always take Gift of Winter. But if I think if I have this at like 5 out of 5, it'll take this. Some like weird logic. LP is 76, so yeah. Yeah. The loot spill takes way too long. So these only go up to 12. I think I want to go a little further than that. Yeah. Last build link, please. I'll just put it in the description. Do an import. Okay. Okay, so this is the current build. I'm going to put that in the description as well. Okay, there we go. It'll be in there if you, I think, refresh. I don't know if it'll auto update. Probably not. Wait, what? What ladle slam? What did I miss? My ladle slam? My ladle slam was actually a miss. I had lightning penetration as the other suffix. I only got 2 out of 3. Hey, how's it going? Welcome back. You would have missed crit multi. Yeah. Yeah, one prefix ladle is basically unusable. You definitely need to get both. I'm gonna salvage that. You had 200 crit, 40 reduced. 200 crit. Huh. That must have been, yeah, it must have been a T7. That's what I was thinking. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I went for the cast speed, T7 cast speed on both the Ladle and the Enigma, because otherwise it's hard to get enough. And you really need the cast speed because you convert per cast health into ward. Cast is just really important for your ward generation and applying more spark charges. So definitely prioritize. You're giving the build a try. Nice. How's your progress coming? How far into corruption have you got? Can you explain why you switched the body armor? Sure. So the main thing is that this gives 151% more armor against shocked. That's the primary reason I take it. I lose +1, so I had to make that up by grabbing levels on my relic. Alternatively, you could use a Omnis to get the levels, but if you just switch to this without any extra levels, you'll run out of mana. You might be able to get away with using Foot of the Mountain for like bosses and stuff, but the quality of life would feel pretty terrible. So basically I have 3.3k armor, which is 52%. When it gets multiplied, you go up to, it's like 9,000 something, which gives you about 78% DR. So pretty strong. Is this not using the claw? No, this is not the claw. Started a few days ago, you got to 200, nice. That's really good for a new build. Moving fast. Do you think, to be honest, most of my LP ladles I did drop at low corruption. There's some speculation that there's issues with the corruption and ladles. I don't know if it's not really confirmed, but you definitely don't need high corruption to get a LP ladle. Pretty sure my 3 LP I dropped at like 200 corruption or something. You're already empowered, nice. Strong but go check out my spreadsheet for the Frostclaw mana calculation. You shouldn't be going assuming your skill tree is set up correctly. Armors for people who can't dodge? I mean, I guess. Technically, I suppose. The problem is that with this build, dodging means that you're not attacking. So it's usually better to just stand still and spam your ability, and armor lets you do that. If you dodge, while you're doing that, your ward is actually going down because you're not hitting anything. So doing that reduces your survivability. How do you feel about ward generation versus low life? Between balance. If you remove the broken ward generation from the equation, like obviously this build can get like 20,000 ward mapping easily. You can get like 80,000 against bosses, super broken. But you start at like no ward. As soon as you go in the map, you're vulnerable. You have more effective HP because you're just constantly generating really fast. Whereas with low life is strong when you don't consider builds like this. But otherwise it's kind of, yeah. Just the comparison between this is not, it's not quite there. I think they're both overpowered right now. Ward generation is just a little bit more overpowered at the moment. Or maybe you could say life builds are underpowered, other than a few like really specific setups. You can't dodge stuff you can't see, yeah. Yeah, that's kind of the problem, right? Like, Shade with this build can be pretty deadly, because you don't see the big attacks coming. You have to pay really close attention. Let's go see if this is XP. No. Yeah, if your build is set up right, you should be able to pretty much face tank everything without any risk of dying. Until probably like 1,000 corruption. Even like Shade and all that stuff, you should be able to just stand in front of it and hold right click down. But once you get to a certain point, the damage over times just become way too strong for you to do that. Good morning. What's up? What items are you wearing? Check the description for my build planner. That's my current setup. You feel like low life is at least a little bit more fair. Yeah. Yeah, the thing about low life is like, compared to life where you can leech back really quickly, with low life you're kind of capped at your threshold, which if you're lucky it's probably like 10 to 15,000. But you don't really replenish that very fast. So if you take a bunch of damage really quickly, you still can die unless you have a way to recover more. Do I have plans for another build? Not right now, no. I'm just, I'm still pushing this one. I guess we have a boss to do. It's boss. Oh yeah, don't forget to put your portal down before the boss. I always forget. Yeah, I am trying to min-max this one, exactly. You're only 91, so you got some of the important pieces, yeah. Once you have your Frosted Heart, or Twisted Heart, and some cast speed and a bit of leech, you should be able to face tank everything. Why the portal? If you put a portal in the boss fight and you go through the portal, you get to open an extra chest. Yeah, I think it might be a bug. The portal takes you back to the previous instance, except with loot there. Does this give carpal tunnel? Not really. I'm mostly just holding right click, so it's not really that bad. Any tips on hunting red ring? If you have Runes of Ascendance, use them on CoF marked items. You might get that. If you have prophecies, you run the ring ones. What else? That's pretty much it. Prophecies and Runes of Ascendance. There's the unique echo rewards, but they're not really worth it, so I wouldn't bother. Yeah, while you're gearing your character, some things to focus on. Don't really worry too much about your resist or your crit reduction cap. Like, those are important, but they don't actually matter that much until you get pretty high in your corruption. The main thing you want to focus on is your cast speed and your intelligence and the Twisted Heart. So intelligence is word retention, and it also gives you cast speed with the ladle. So just getting those pieces should give you enough ward to tank everything, even if you're not resist capped or crit reduction capped or armor cap, any of that stuff, right? Just get your intelligence as high as you can. Go to school, kids. Uh, is your COF max? Yeah. Yeah, my COF has been maxed for a long time. I think since like week 1 or 2. Do we have something we can estimate that ward source? I'm actually not sure. I don't know. If there is, I'd like to see it, but I haven't. I'm guessing you're using unstable core. That's the kind of main alternative to what I'm using. Static shell is much more defensive. You can push high corruption with either though, to be honest. Doesn't really matter that much. I'm just trying out the static shell. See how it feels. You got 2 pairs of red ring with 33 prophecies. I feel like that's pretty lucky. Oh, what is this? Ravenous Void. I've never dropped one of those naturally. That is the rarest item in the game to drop from a monster normally. Thoughts on Ellie Nova Helm? It's okay if you can get crit from somewhere else. That's the only way you can use it, is if you can get crit. Like base crit. Is it ever useful to stack more health for Twisted Heart? Probably not. Like think about it like this. The only thing more health scales is your Twisted Heart. If you gain like 100 health, you get 8%, so you'll get another 8 health on direct cast. Whereas cast speed, not only does it scale your Twisted Heart conversion because you're casting more, it also gives you more damage, it gives you more word on hit because you're hitting more often. I don't think that health is worth it. I'd have to do some math on that though, but that's my hunch. Caster's gonna be some kind of glass cannon. Good evening. What's up? Is Ravenous Void usable? Less void damage taken? Physical taken is void? Huh. While above your endurance threshold. Interesting. 15% DR. That works for us, I'm pretty sure. Gives you max health and vitality. Maybe? This might be usable. Especially if you're fighting something that does void damage. Could be usable. You'd lose a lot though, because you can't really get DR. Giving up a glove slot is painful. We'd have no int, we'd have no shred, has no crit chance. I don't know. Wow, this boss is so tanky, what? Why is this so tanky? Got T7 int, very nice. Just going with 4 LP, yeah, you could. If I'm remembering correctly, this glove is LP level 105. I think this is the highest LP level non-boss drop in the game. Let's see, I can do one more here and then we can go for Shade. Ravenous Void with Orion's Eye is pretty good. Yeah, I could see that. I could see that combo. It'd be pretty hard to use both though, because you're giving up a lot of your damage slots. You'd need to have a build that synergized pretty well, because otherwise you're just going to be like a zero deeps build. You're out. Alright, take care. Thank you for dropping by. Have a good night. I think ideally for the glove slot, you probably want the, I want to say it's the Eternal Gauntlets that give armor as damage over time mitigation. You're not only spamming, yeah, you're correct. I am also spamming the other buttons. You basically just use them off cooldown. There's no real strategy to it. At least I just spam them off cooldown because they all give me extra ward, so it helps me keep my ward pool higher. Wow, I dropped a wand from the mage and it wasn't a ladle. Feels bad. You numlock? Yeah. I don't really like to numlock, to be honest, but you could. Also notice my flame ward tree is a little bit different than some of the other ones. I've grabbed the 800 armor since I'm scaling it pretty hard through my static shell. So if I pop flame ward, notice my armor here is 6200. So I have 69% armor mitigation for like incoming damage. And then that gets multiplied. Why spam snap freeze? I don't spam snap freeze. At least I'm not trying to. If I am, it's a misclick. I use snap freeze to interrupt any annoying abilities like the Reign of Dragons one-shot. Well, I can't really call it a one-shot attack because it's not, but anything that's really annoying, I just interrupt with snap freeze. That's basically why you have it. And then also for immutable order. So here I have cold, fire, cold. Wait a minute. Cold, fire, cold. Yeah, okay, I do. So this is cold, flame ward, because you go here. Taking this makes it cold, so I had to leave my flame rush as fire. And then part of that, I also just grabbed this. So this consumes your ignite stacks and turns it into ward. This helps you get like a little bit more ward while you're mapping or bossing. So this is pretty handy. Why did you swap to shell? For the armor multiplier. You see here 151%. It's a much more defensive option. It takes me to armor cap. Eye of Reen with LP, very nice. Like it. Deadly. So I have rare enemies regenerate health. I guess I'll do this one anyway, just for stability. Snapfreed is casted by your R. What do you mean? Oh, no, it's not. I unspec'd that. I did have the spell cascade, but I removed it because it was annoying. Kept using stuff when I didn't want to. I need to refactor this a bit. I think the fourth point here is unnecessary. And I can probably grab something else, maybe I don't know, something around here or something. I'll figure that out. What does mapping mean? Mapping is just doing echoes. I don't know why I call it mapping. Old habits, I guess. Yeah, I did change the Twisted Heart as well, because I needed the plus levels after I dropped Unstable Core, because I was getting levels from that. Otherwise, you can't really mana sustain. +2 is actually enough though, so if you can get a 2 LP Twisted Heart, and if you're somehow able to manage a T7 int T5 Frostclaw, then I think that would be best in slot. If you had 16 int and +2 levels to Frostclaw on your Twisted Heart, that would be the dream. I am going to try and make that happen, but I don't know if I'll be successful. Can probably grab some prophecies. I have enough favor. Not sure what I want for prophecies right now, though. Either Exalted Relics or Rings. Actually, I could still do helmets, maybe, or chest pieces. This build scales, yeah. Yeah, this is 1700 corruption. Exactly. You do need a pretty strong build to be able to cope with that. Actually, this is a T4 mana. Is Cuckoo worth picking up? I don't know. I'm not a huge fan. All you really get is you get to keep the implicit. It's kind of whatever. I'd need to remove the prefix for this to ever be useful. Just YOLO it. And we removed intelligence. Cool. It's dead, Jim. Okay, let's do the boss. Yeah, Rogue is pretty strong too. I think the Lightning Marksman is going to get nerfed pretty soon though, since they found out it was bugged. We'll see if they make an announcement on that though. Detonating arrow, yes, exactly. McFluffin made a video on detonating arrow, explaining some of the bugs, making it do like many times more damage than it's supposed to. I mean, obviously something was weird. It was one-shotting 1,000 corruption bosses. Definitely not intended. Oh, I forgot to show you guys the portal. The portal thing. You see how I put the blue portal down on the ground? Before you kill the boss, the portal is blue. And after you kill the boss, I'll show you real quick. After you kill the boss, the portal is green. So here I have two portals, which looks really weird. It looks like you're playing Portal game. But basically what it means is if you go through the green portal, it takes you to a new instance without any loot chests or without your stash. If you go through the blue portal, it takes you to the old instance, which has a loot chest and also has your stash. You just slammed a 3 LP. Very nice. Congrats. What did you what were you going for? 1 LP Osirian? Sure, I'll take it. Alright, let's try. Alright. Just so you guys know, there's a pretty good chance I rip to this Shade. Shade is very hard with my current gear setup. I have no DOT reduction. So, just try and pre-stack some ward before you start the fight. That's the poison one. This one is annoying. Not too bad though. So that DOT basically one-shots me at this corruption. Does an insane amount of damage. Something like 20,000 damage per second. Here you can't really see the ground. It's a lot better to watch the animations of the boss itself. That's how you avoid stuff. Oh, I might die here. It's a really bad spot to be in. See how tanky Shade is at high corruption though? This is actually insane. Oh, got a lag spike there. Okay, it's gonna do the poison trail. There it is. Alright. Poison trail. Holy. Alright, I wasn't reading chat for the last bit. You spent 100k on prophecies. Tonight is the night. Hope so. Get those red rings. Do you have to craft the exalts to higher tiers before slamming? You can't craft exalt affixes to higher tiers. You can re-roll them though. Like if you drop this as a 15 int, if I was trying to slam this onto a 1 LP boot, I would re-roll it first. So just throw it in here, do Rune of Refinement, roll, and then aim for 16. So that's the way to go basically. T6 and T7 relics expensive? Yeah, I heard they're pretty bad. The prophecies are kind of not cost effective, but what a legend. I have died a handful of times actually to Shade. It is very, very rippy. If I make like 1 or 2 mistakes, I can die in like less than a second. Up until now, I've kind of just been like face tanking it. So I died the first few times, but I've been trying to get better at the Shade fights now that I have to actually use some amount of skill. Not a whole lot of skill, but just a little bit. I like that though. It's nice that there's some amount of challenge. Mechanics are for cards. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. It's a nice change. Because for the most part, this build has just been face tanking everything. It's nice that there are some things that can challenge you. You have the same idea for... I have a few mediocre pairs, but nothing that's actually good. We can farm Formosus. Yes, you can do Formosus, and you also can do Abomination. It's it's not a bug. It's a known thing. In the last patch, they actually addressed that specifically. I wouldn't say it's an oversight. They know it's in the game. They made it so that when you go into a boss fight, it uses I think like 50 stability in order to prevent people from just doing that infinitely. You also don't drop the boss specific drops on subsequent kills. It is intended because if you don't take the blessing, like if you portal out after killing the boss, then you're kind of screwed. They added that so that if you forget to take the blessing, you can still just do the boss again. Definitely feels intended. I mean, maybe originally it was an oversight, but now it feels intended. Alright, should we go grab some prophecies? I don't actually know what I want right now, though. Let's go see what we have to slam. Alright, so in our slam chest, we have a bunch of 2LP static shells, we have 2LP prismatic gazes. Why is this here? We have 2LP unstable cores, we have 1LP twisted hearts, 2LP twisted heart here. So I need slam bases for this. I need something for my twisted heart. And I think I need a better chest slam as well. Not sure what would be better than armor. Maybe armor is good though. I think lightning crit multi might be better. I don't think I need the armor. I also need better boots. Let's see. Do I have 2LP? No, I have 1. I could slam... Do I have a 12? I do have a 12. I could slam this. Blood of the Exile is much better than Typhoons though, because you get the strength which gives you armor %, and you get a little bit more move speed. So I kind of don't really want to do Typhoon. What tier is this? T? I could try and make this better. Let's see if I could slam it. I'm trying to decide if mana spent gained as ward would be a good affix, or if I want to go for lightning crit. You can also do this spell crit here, but it's pretty hard to get above 300 mana with static shell. It is an option though. Lightning crit multi. Yeah, I could do lightning crit multi as well. Try and get that on a static. I'm gonna do boots. gonna do boots and then go for another 2 LP Blood of the Exile. See if I can slam that. That should be an upgrade. Also, see how much gold you get out of these chests in high LP? They'll give me anywhere between like 5,000 and like 70,000 or something. I don't even have the gold blessing. It's so much gold. Even the bosses that you kill at the end of all the echoes, sometimes they drop like 30,000 gold. Alright, boots it is. I guess since we're doing armor, we can grab helmets, chests, and boots. Elites drop, yeah, elites can drop a lot of gold too. Right, helmet. Boot is prio though. Body armor from mage, yes. We'll take it. Also, if you guys haven't seen my latest video, I go over all the different prophecy events and explain how they all work. So definitely check that out if you're interested. The TLDR is that there are actually only 74 possible combinations of condition plus event. So that was pretty interesting discovery. Death of a boss, nice. You watched it? Nice. Yeah, it was actually funny because the next day, Tunk actually updated Tunk Labs with all the same information, mostly. It's not exactly the same, but so he has that on Tunk Labs now. But I also added a lens calculator tool to mine, so that's at least there's something unique. Death of a boss is like death of any random. Yes. Actually, if you aren't aware, when you enter the Abomination boss fight, those 4 soul, whatever the hell they are, soul traps that you kill before the boss fight, those all count as bosses. So you can just go into Abomination, kill those soul things, grab all the loot, and then leave. And then you could just repeat that to like get all of your kill a boss prophecies like instantly. It's really strong. I mean, you probably don't need to do that because bosses are like extremely common anyway, but if you want to play the game a little bit. Do mages count? I think so. Pretty much everything counts as a boss, it seems like. I wouldn't really worry too much about how to get that one done. You'll get it sooner or later, no matter what you do. They do? Nice. That's good to know. Helmet body armor from Hero? Nope. Do spires count as bosses? I feel like they do, but I don't remember. You dislike Void Horror? Void Horror actually, as far as I know, cannot spawn in Reign of Dragons at all. I think the information is on Tunk Labs for that already, but if you're curious where they spawn. Yeah, well, a lot of them they're rare, but some of them also just can't spawn in certain timelines. Like Void Horror, let me see. So Giant Scorpion here, I have the sheet, it says Fall of the Outcast, Stolen Lands, Black Sun, Ending the Storm, Fall of the Empire. I think it's like all of them. all of them except the ice one. And if you look at Void Horror, Void Horror, Void Horror. So Void Horror can only spawn in Black Sun, Fall of the Empire, and Last Ruin. Moving on TV, good night. Have a good night. Take care. Do optional missions count if you do them to find? Yes, they do actually. Optional missions can be a great way to guarantee finding certain kills that you need. I don't remember which ones, but that information does exist somewhere. I can try and dig that up later. Jolra for boots, sure. I will probably be doing Jolra soon. Body armor from rare enemy. Helmet from champion, nope. Helmet from rare enemy. Nah. Boots from Shade. Is there a prophecy for Eternal Gloves? I forget. I don't think so. Those might be worth doing if there was, but I'm pretty sure that's not one of them. Body armor from Rare, okay. LP boots, no. Armor. Armor is actually okay. Body armor though, I'll take that. I'm gonna get some pretty big loot pops here in a minute. Rare enemy from Soulfire, no. Boots from boss, yes. Body armor. Helmets from boss. Armor from Scorpion, no. Boots from boss. Yeah, these are all gonna proc at once, I'm pretty sure. It's gonna be a pain. Diamond or Matron for helmet. Matrons are kind of annoying. I'm not a huge fan of that one. Helmet. Helmet. I feel like I haven't gotten enough boots. What's your bonus corruption for low corruption monos? Most of them are pretty low. Some of them are around like 1,000 because I just did like one catch-up shade and it instantly boosts it. But some of my monos are like at 100 because I haven't done any. I think a couple monos I actually literally haven't done any on this character. But if you are looking to push corruption, it's usually better to just stick with one. Whatever one gives you a boss reward that you want. In my case, it's Twisted Heart. which basically forces me to Reign of Dragons. It's a really easy boss fight anyway, though, so I don't mind it. You just died to a poison? Oh no. Yeah, the poison one is probably one of the hardest. I'm guessing you died to the DOT like instantly. That just like drains your life. Void Horror. Yeah, don't take Void Horror. This one sucks. If you're doing a monolith that doesn't have Void Horrors, don't take this. The beacon Void Horrors don't count. In case you're curious. I feel like the beacons should count, but they're actually different enemies. You're farming Twisted Heart on Spellblade and rolled a Rune Master thanks to my videos. Oh, that's great to hear. You're still farming Heart, just with different skills. Yeah, I think a lot of the sorcerer, or what is the class name? Mage? Actually, I forget. What is the class name? I actually don't even remember. Is it Mage? No, I mean, what is the base class? Mage. Okay, yeah. So I'm not crazy. I forgot for a second there. Yeah, I think all of the mages use Twisted Heart, or at least a lot of them. Twisted Heart's just so strong right now. I wouldn't be surprised if they nerf it. If you're stacking cast speed anyway, it's basically best in slot. It's very hard to get something better than at least 100 word per cast. Like, that's an insane amount of word. Already nerfed? What do you mean? Is it nerfed? Did they nerf it? If they did, I don't remember that. I need some more boots. Got mostly not boots. It was way better. I did play pre 1.0, but I don't remember it being better. Not saying you're wrong, I just don't. I don't remember. Do we want body armor or helmet? I will take body armor. Boots from Shade. Alright. We've stacked up 300 and whatever thousand favor worth of prophecies now. It was 10 to 13? That's actually crazy. Yeah, I think you're right. That sounds familiar. Even at 8, it's pretty crazy. Let's get one more boot. A bit more cast speed. Yeah. It also depends on the meta too. Like, if there's a lot of builds that cast really fast or focus on stacking cast speed, then Twisted Heart is just naturally strong. So like the Alchemist Ladle synergy with Twisted Heart and int stacking, it just kind of scales really well with that. Do we take Helm? Yeah, whatever. Let's get done doing this stuff. Cool. So what do we have? Pretty good stack of prophecies. Let's go pop some of these. Alright, make sure you do not die after popping a prophecy. That is extremely bad. Just trying to clear around the area so nothing hits me while I'm dealing with loot. What are you trying to get from prophecies? Static Shell, 2 LP, Prism Gaze, 2 LP, Blood of the Exile, 2 LP. Yeah. So, that's kind of the main things. Apex 2 LP, sure. I'll take that. Unity 1 LP, no thanks. I'd take a 3 LP Telfoons too. If one dropped, I'd probably use that. If I could get a slam on it. This is a pretty good roll. I'll actually take it. Wouldn't normally take a 1 LP, but... Alright. Is Never Late node still bugged? I did some testing with Never Late, and I wasn't actually sure if it was bugged or not. It seemed like there was some weird stuff happening with my crit chance, but I couldn't really confirm one way or another. It didn't seem consistent enough. I tested by getting a bunch of crit chance on my character, that if it did work, it should give me 100% crit chance, and then I still didn't crit sometimes. So it definitely doesn't work as people stated it used to. But it did seem like it increased my crit chance. Or something. Like there was some weirdness. Wasn't exactly sure. One LP with 3 crit. Blood of the Exile, no LP. Feels bad. 2 LP Ashen Crown, that's pretty good. Maybe we can get a 4 LP today. That'd be nice. The dream. LP. The dream is real. You still have 2 4 LPs total? I don't know if I actually have any more than that. I might be at 2 as well. Oh, I was wondering why these monsters are so tanky. Crit avoid, health, and endurance on the mods. At 1700 corruption, that's a pretty rough combination. Okay. 14 weavers, not enough. There's more examples of why we need an LP loot filter. Alright. You got 1 4 LP, they're rare, yeah. Definitely. Loot filter for uniques. Yeah, that would be really nice, especially if we could get an LP one. I would be very hyped. If I could specifically pick which uniques I want of what LP, I'd be very happy. Let me check how many 4 LPs I have. I don't think I have very many. 200 hours in and no. I definitely have a lot more hours than that, and I haven't gotten very many. Let's see. So we have 1 4LP here, and 2. I have 3 4LPs. And like these are all my 3LPs. Everything else in these tabs, these are all 3LPs, and only 3 4LPs. Extremely unlucky. Like this is all 3LP, 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 3LP. All these are 3. So I must be pretty unlucky. For 4 LPs at least. How important is it to have Shred or Frailty on gloves? Frailty you don't need because you get it on Ladle. Shred I think is pretty important just because of how many times we hit, like probably at least 25 times a second. So Shred is like pretty strong. It's not mandatory though, you don't really need it. What do you need to add to increase your damage skills? Increase your damage skills or 100% loot? I don't follow. I'm not sure what you mean. Oh, you mean like perfect loot? Yeah. I mean you can get more int is the main way to scale damage with this build at least. How many times you have to slam the heart to get +3? I think 1. But actually, let me show you all my bricked hearts since we're here anyway. Yeah, so this is my graveyard. I've missed, I think 4 +4. I tried to slam and they all bricked. What else? Yeah, so these are all my bricked hearts so far. I think I have more somewhere. I don't actually remember, but yeah, the 3 was just me giving up. So I didn't have any more 4s. Very sad day. It's a 5-room vault. Oh. I almost ripped there. When you first enter a map, it's when you're most likely to die. So you don't have your ward built up yet. You can pre-stack it though, if you're worried. Okay, so this is a Spire map with loot. I'm just going to quickly look at the things that are important. And then I'm going to clear the map before I loot this. Spires are so stupid. Holy shit. Spires are so stupid. Need to remove these from the game. Alright, now we can actually deal with this. Arena echoes? Yeah, maybe. Well, Spires... Yeah, the Spires don't shoot if you don't move and attack, but then like one enemy comes in and you don't have any ward built up and you just instantly die, so I try to avoid that. It's not really worth it. Yeah, that was a bit of a butt cheek clencher right there. Supposedly they're supposed to stop shooting if you're not moving or attacking, but it doesn't always work. Alright, let's deal with all this. 2 LP fundamental? Sure, I will take it. It's good for the plasma aura build. One LP exsanguinous is 2 LP snowdrift. I guess I'll take that. It's a low roll. Loop filter, please. Where's the other 2 LP criterion? Oh, 4 LP. Where's the other one? 4 LP. Look at that. Oops. That's a pretty cool 4 LP, and I get 2 of them, so I can make some leveling chests. Complaining does help, yeah, 100%. We got some 2 LPs and 4 LP. It's beautiful. Time to make an OP ult. True dat. Alright, I think we got everything. Ask and it shall happen. Let's turn this off. The move speed doesn't seem to work on the chest? Really? Let's see. Where was move speed? Oh, move speed's up here, isn't it? Yeah, there it is, 50. Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, what's up with that? Huh, the move speed is bugged. Alright, that's a arena. No thank you. Well, that's unfortunate. I was thinking that would be like a really good chess piece. I mean, it's still a 4 LP though. Can't really go wrong with that. This should be good gear for Spin to win. Maybe? I don't know. Oh, one of the spires is bugged outside of the map. It's gonna drop a bunch of loot out there, isn't it? Look at that. It's unaccessible. No loot for me, sad. A high performing warpath? There was some like fire stuff you could do with Eye of Reen that looked pretty decent. Compared to builds like this though, it's not really comparable. Yeah, that specific spire, I've seen that one spawn there before. A good Void warpath? Yeah, I like Void Knight. Wouldn't mind a nice Void warpath. Fire warpath you can farm 300? Oh, that's unfortunate. Even with like the smite setup, like the spell one, I feel like that should be able to do a bit more, right? The only warpath that felt good was dual wield. Hmm. Yeah, maybe. I forgot to put a portal down. Feels bad. Ooh. Look at those boots. Let's go. Nice. 2LP with the 12 int. Excellent. Love it. Bees? Bee helmet. Another 2LP Apex. Actually, what do I even want here? I guess I'll take it. Sort through all this loot later. Criterion. Oh, what's on Twisted? Static Shock, do you get it from Frost? Wait, what are we talking about? Static Shock. You mean the plus levels? You do bring bring me luck? Yeah, maybe. Chat RNG confirmed. That is possible. Oh, and static shell. Yeah, you're right. I did switch into Frostclaw levels so that I could use static shell. But ideally, you slam a 2LP Twisted Heart. Of course, that's pretty difficult, so I need to clear my inventory. Just realized I'm running prophecies. If I drop, I won't have any room. Okay, so we'll have to slam these boots then. These are pretty nice. If I can get int on these, I'll be happy. 10 strength too. Yeah, that's really nice. An 8 move speed, yeah. It's pretty good. Oh! These things do a lot of damage. This feels really laggy. Let's see if I can fix that. Does it look like I'm dropping a lot of frames to you guys? Or is it just me? It does? Okay. I'll see if I can do something about that. Way too many things open on my computer. Static shell. Yeah, I was confused. Is Snap Freeze on the bar just for Runic, or does it have a specific use? I use it defensively. It is useful. Close Discord, I think that's lagging me. Yeah, there we go. That seems to be better. It's a combo breaker. Yeah, when the dragon charges up the necrotic explosion thing, I use Snap Freeze. It interrupts a lot of attacks from bosses, which is pretty nice. Do you like to restart the game every few hours? I've only been streaming for an hour and a half, so it shouldn't be bad yet. Hopefully it's a little bit better now. I had some extra processes running in the background. Seems to be a little bit better. Still not great. Curious, my opinion, you finally got Twisted Heart. Got a T6 earlier. Should you try... I mean, 2LP, unless you're farming it like extremely consistently, is kind of like a nice to have. You can't really expect to drop it. It's very, very rare. I think I probably dropped close to 30 1LPs and 1 2LP so far. That doesn't double? No. No, it doesn't. It only works on prophecies. Yeah, exactly what Uli said. I have cold, fire, frost, and then you can see here on my frost guard, as I spam my runic, I uses my runes, and then it always goes cold, fire, frost. from immutable order, this this node. So you got two OP Twisted Heart in a row. What are the odds? Probably like, I want to say about 1 in 10,000 ish. Actually, no. I think it'd be less than that. Because you first have to actually drop the heart, which isn't guaranteed. The extremely low chance. It's very lucky. Depends on your, yeah, you're right. It does depend on your corruption. That is true. Probably not 1 in 10,000 then, but I don't know. I think the base chance of a 2LP is probably something like 1 in 100. But you probably double that with CoF and then increase that again with corruption. 1 in a million? Base is 0.65. Yeah, maybe 1 in 10,000 isn't that far off, because the heart itself is not guaranteed to drop. 2 1 in 100s in a row would be something like 1 in 10,000, I think. Yeah. I think the drop chance is probably like 1 in 4 or something to begin with. It's probably like 1 in 300-ish to get a 2LP base chance. Lucky day. Yeah. Did you slam it? You've been writing down all your kills and drops? Nice. You'll have to share that data sometime. That's always fun. One LP with 11, sure. You got some luck after missing 4 in a row? Oh no. 2 LP Exsanguinous? Well, hopefully you got your 4 in the end. Nothing good here. Yeah, the non-COF, I think it tags the COF if the rank 6 procs. $14 3LP? What? You've been farming a lot of chess pieces if you have that many of those. I don't think I have anywhere near that. Actually, I probably do have a handful. Exsanguine is definitely higher LP level than that though, so it's not that unusual. I think it's also less common. T7 int relic is even rarer. It shouldn't be. Int is a much more common affix than Frostclaw Relic, or yeah. It should be at least, I don't know. I think the reroll chance is like 85-ish on the plus to levels. I don't remember what int is. Definitely less than that though. You have 5 T7 int relics, not a single Frostclaw. Yeah, I think I'm in a similar boat. I've dropped 2 T7 Frostclaws in total. And I've been playing this character for quite a while. Sometimes you just don't get lucky. Why not cold element flame rush? Because my flame ward is cold. So in order to do the cold fire cold, I need something fire. I took this for the armor. You've never seen a T7 Warpath? Feels bad. I remember when I was playing Warpath, I didn't drop any. And then I changed builds and I dropped like 2 of them, I think. Feels bad. Yeah. I also have a T6 in my relic. I do have a T7 int Twisted Heart, but I can't use that with Static Shells. So I'm stuck using a T6 Frostclaw. The T7 doesn't actually add that much value though. You don't really need the extra level. Too OP on stable core. Isn't the hit reduction? Hits are not really the problem. I don't really have issues with hits, it's more DOTs. And hit reduction doesn't help with that. Armor does help with that if you have the armor to DOT conversion, which I don't currently. That's a separate issue. We got Squirrel Helm. No LP though. You got T7 Profane. Yeah, I have a T7 Profane too, actually, for my Warlock. That was my first Twisted Heart Slam. Last roll took... I think T4 to T5 can take 24. FP cost is higher for higher tier affix. That's pretty rough though. I had the same thing happen with I think my chess piece. I think I had like 20 22 FP, and then it consumed exactly 22 when I upgraded. I did want a dupe as well. Yeah, that is really upsetting. Stupid sad to upgrade, yeah. Feels bad. When you just can't control yourself. Gotta go for the perfect T5s, even if it doesn't matter. Actually, give me 1 second. Alright, there we go. Just had a package delivery. They should buff Cliff of Hope, yeah. Yeah, I think that makes sense. Introduce a rune unless you copy 0. I don't think you could do that, because then you could just infinitely copy. Which I think is what they're trying to avoid. If you could have unlimited 4 LP heart, I'd probably take T7 int, T5 Frostclaw, and then for suffix, I don't know, I haven't even thought about it. I'm not sure what you would want for suffix. I don't even remember what good suffixes relics have. There's resist, obviously, but I don't know if those are great. There's probably something better than that. %3 health, 25. It's too low. Actually, I guess I'll take it. Static Shell better. Static Shell is more tanky because you get the armor multiplier. If you're stacking armor, it takes you to armor soft cap. So like almost 80% damage reduction for Fizz. It's pretty strong defensive layer. Why is the loot one at a time? I'm guessing it has something to do with like optimization or whatever. Like they might be rolling them one at a time. I don't know. Like something about popping them all at once probably like would cause a bunch of lag. At least that's my guess. I don't know why else they would pop them one at a time. Is this the best build for high corruption? It's probably one of them. I'm sure there are better builds, but this is easily one of the best. As far as non-bugged builds go, I would imagine this is probably the best. There are some bugged ones that are stronger. Rolling is not all they do in item spawns, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not really sure why they do that. Or validity checks. All the items get an ID. Yeah. Yeah, I guess they would have their uniqueness assigned at that point. But also notice in a lot of other games, items don't drop identified. Like in Diablo, it just says rare item, you pick it up, and then it rolls when you pick it up. So it only needs to roll it as you add it to your inventory. And the same thing with PoE, they drop unidentified, so they're all just anonymous items until you actually either loot it or identify it. This game is kind of like different in that the items are rolled when they drop. I imagine that probably has some sort of performance impact, especially like with all the loot filters and whatnot. Sometimes when you mouse over an item, your game lags a little bit. There's all sorts of weird stuff. I guess I'll, nah. This is +5. You heard that's why they can't do a loot filter? Yeah, I would assume. If the items are not identified until you pick them up, then what they are is not available. Like it's a technical limitation. So you'd have no way to filter them other than like super basic things like type. Like they could let you filter rings if you want, but not like affixes. That would be not possible. Same thing when you pick up shards. Yeah, shards are extremely laggy. Also, notice how you can see the dialogue lines even when you're like nowhere near the boss. It's kind of funny. This guy's just like shouting into the wind forever. What do you like about this game versus other ones? I really like the endgame progression. Even though there's not a whole lot of endgame content. Oh, shit. I was not paying attention. I got myself killed. That is completely my fault. Yeah. I feel like the endgame progression in this game is a lot more fun. The infinite scaling I like, and also the way the gear progression works with the LP system I like. The like slamming process I think is really good. Yeah. The gear progression with CoF since 1.0 launch is also a huge improvement. I've been having so much more fun playing this game ever since 1.0. I feel like I can just work towards a goal and slowly achieve it. Very satisfying. Diablo, the endgame is kind of just killing the same boss over and over. And the loot itself is extremely boring. Like there's no, I don't know. It just feels really flat. Whereas PoE has like a lot of complexity of the gearing system. I don't know, something about the gearing, like all the different mechanics and stuff kind of diminish some of the excitement of acquiring loot. I don't know why. Just felt like I never really got as excited. Even though you could drop like a mirror or something and then sell it and get like a crazy amount. Or if you're a crafter, you could just have unlimited currency basically. At least seems more accessible while not being trivial. Yeah, that's definitely part of it. I don't think it's just the accessibility though. Like I feel like the endgame loop actually feels rewarding, regardless of how easy it is or difficult or accessible or whatever. It feels like the time that you put in is meaningful. Versus Diablo, it's just maybe I'll drop my item on the 800th boss kill, or maybe it'll take me 3,000. Like who knows? I'm just gonna do this exact same thing until it eventually happens. Like that's such a lame way to acquire gear. I do have a lot of hours in PoE though. I haven't played it in a few years, but before that, put way too many. If you've seen the PTR, it seems really interesting. I haven't actually looked at it. I've been pretty absorbed into Last Epoch. Ever since I started making the Last Epoch videos, I feel like my channel has grown way more than it ever has. So I kind of feel like, to some degree, Last Epoch is more for me. How do you think they'll nerf Ward? I don't know. Any guess would just be speculation. I'm not really sure. They could try and remove some of the DR abilities from Ward. Like maybe it just only affects health. So you still have high Ward values, but then the Ward itself is less impactful. I'm not really sure how you would nerf Ward. You could just nerf the amount that you get, like from all the different sources. Int itself feels like it's kind of strong. Strength gives you armor itself, armor percent, but then int gives you ward retention. Should you just get to powered monos? Yeah. Always just rush empowered monos, no matter what you're doing. Did you try freezing version? No, I've not tried the freezing version. I've only been playing the Ellie Nova. Not really super interested because the gear is pretty different and I'd need to farm all that up again. Kind of just want to push this one. Unique gloves recommendation if weavers. I don't think there are really any great unique gloves for this build. You probably just want exalted with intelligence. Anything that gives you intelligence, cast speed, crit chance, stuff like that is gonna be your best bet. Last Epoch fell right from the beginning? Yeah, I agree. It's kind of how I feel. Ever since I started, I've just been having a lot of fun playing the game. Wait, what did I just do? Did I just leave the echo without completing it? Gate was green? Oh, okay. I guess I did. Sometimes I just leave the echo and I'm not paying attention. Sometimes the prophecy complete tricks me into, it makes my brain think the echo is complete when it actually isn't. The gate was blue? Yeah, that's what I thought, but I wasn't sure. You must be lagging? If your video is behind, you can move the little slider. Oh, mentally. I gotcha. Same. We'll go for another shade soon. I do think I should probably focus on damage a little bit, just so that my shade fights don't take as long. There's a lot higher chance for me to make a mistake. It's like the old Dark Souls strategy. If a boss is hard, just stack damage until you can kill it faster than it kills you. I mean, not like face tanking, obviously, but this build is so bonkers. Yeah. Is Frostbite Shackle a good idea? It'll give you ward retention. Maybe. Maybe if you can slam int. Yeah, Frostbite might be okay. Any tips on getting Ambition of an Erased Acolyte? Is that the Mage relic? I don't remember. Or wait, no, Acolyte. It's the Acolyte relic, right? Am I remembering? Yeah, the Acolyte relic, okay. 2LP ladle. Yeah, I think your best bet, I'm pretty sure they drop from relic prophecies. So if you take unique relics, I think they should drop those. I don't remember if there's a... Let me check the prophecy list. Hold on. Is my sheet gonna load here? Yeah, okay. Prophecy list. Let's see. So you have a relic here. No, there's no Weaver prophecy, so you probably want unique relic. These prophecies here. You can farm a specific timeline for the unique rewards, but it's not worth it. They're extremely inefficient way to farm uniques. It's better to farm the timeline that gives you a boss drop that you need. Because otherwise you're just gonna have to do that again later anyway. Alright, let's do the boss. Yeah, the regular uniques can drop Weaver's Will. If you weren't aware. That's how I got most of my Weaver's Wills already. You had to stop at 2100? What Necro build were you playing that was 2100? The Dread thing? Wraith Lord, yeah, that's what I meant. Is that build bugged? That's the one that does like billions of damage, right? It's not bugged. Oh, okay. 1 LP, low roll. What is... Yeah. Only issue is Orbis. Yeah, Orbis is always the first issue, pushing corruption. Everything else is really easy compared to Orbis. The AoE hit you for 60k? That's actually a visual bug. The AoE hits me for about 15 to 20k. But when you see my ward going from like 60k to like 400 or something, like it goes from like 60k to nothing, it's because there's an overflow. Once you reach 65,000 ward, the UI breaks. It's an integer overflow for short int, I think, a data type. Yeah, it's only visual though. Your actual ward continues counting. How do you handle Orbis at this corruption? There's not really much to it. The main thing is you stack defense. So here I have DR on my rings. I'm pretty tanky. I also stack armor. So here you can see I have 3,300, and then with static I go up to about 9,000 something, which takes me to about 80% Fizz DR and like 58% other DR from just that. And then on top of that, you get a bunch of cast speed, which gives you ward per cast from Twisted Heart, so you stack as much of that as you can. Here I have mana spent gained as ward, and also reduced bonus damage taken is capped with this belt. So basically everything I have is somewhat defensive. And then I have all these armor idols here that help with that. Mana spent gained as ward gives you a bunch of extra ward. Yeah, you have a lot of defensive layers. You can also dodge really big hits with Flame Ward. You can see I have the armor node. If I cast Flame Ward, I go up to 6,200 armor. And then the runic gives you the DR, but I'm sure you have this anyway if you're already past 1,000 corruption. I probably don't need to tell you all that. But Shade is definitely the hardest part by far. Lag? Hello? Is this my internet? What's going on? Am I disconnected? No? Oh, I guess it's the game. Okay. I'm gonna assume that I died, but I don't actually know. Oh, what? That was weird. Watch me be banned, wouldn't that be funny? I haven't even played Merchant's Guild though. Okay, no, we're good. That'd be really sad. I mean, there's no way that could happen, because I haven't even made a Merchant's Guild character. Something would be really, really wrong if I got banned for that exploit. So I actually didn't die, since this it's still showing the reward. That's interesting. I figured I would have died. Oh yeah, also for the Shade, a lot of the DOTs do crazy damage. Like one of them is the Black Hole, I think. And for that, if you can get the necklace damage over time reduction and the glove armor applies to damage over time, it helps your survivability a lot. Assuming that you have armor. If it's on the game side, yeah. Yeah, it depends. Sometimes it's like a network issue, and then even if you crash on the game side, you still die. Never really know in games like this. Best take for Oribus is probably Armor Shred. Kill him before he kills you. Yeah. You'd need to do a lot of damage to kill Oribus fast with this build. Like, you'd need to probably be Glass Cannon. It's very hard to manage that. You play offline. I wonder if it is possible to have that be a problem in offline. I assume no, but your game can still crash. It should immediately close if you crash though. Like there's no like network to say that you're still in the instance. So I assume it would be impossible to die to a crash. Unless it's like a UI crash and your character's still moving around. Yeah. I do have a lot of armor shred though, and it's just not really, doesn't really make that much difference. Yeah, I don't think I've had an echo fail in a crash either. Oh yeah, that reminds me. These are the gloves I was talking about. If you can get this implicit and this experimental affix, this is only a T5, but this goes up to I think 30% and 24% on the implicit, so potentially you could get 50%-ish armor mitigation applying to DOT. So that would be a lot of damage reduction. You started hiding most set items. Actually, you're right. I can hide set items. I don't think that there are any set items in the game that I actually care about. Let me just double check the list though. You could be correct. Let's check out Tunk Labs real quick. Is set items under unique items? Yes. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I have every set item. Yeah, I do. Okay, I can hide set items. Thanks for the idea. I do like the Ferrobor ring for the 18 int, but I already have better rings anyway, so I can just hide set items. Cool. Nice. Crashing after Julra? Oh yeah, that's the worst. I've had that happen before. Julra's such a pain. It's a bit late here. Good night. Yeah, have a good night. Hope to see you in the next one. As always, I will be in the Discord. I saw EHG posted in the Reddit that they were hiring. I don't know if they've made those posts before. I've looked at some of their job listings. It's after midnight. See you in the next one. Oh, you guys are in the Europe time zones. Yeah, take care. Have a good night. As always, hope to see you in the next one. They need someone like me on the team. I was thinking about sending in an application. I feel like I wouldn't be allowed to make videos. I do know C#, so it's not like a complete troll. There would be a chance. Increase your drop rate. Yeah. Just get hired and immediately like buff everything that I like. Nerf everything I don't like. Just create a PR. Here's my first pull request. It's nerfing minion builds for no reason. Just for fun. I don't think I'd last long. It would be nice if they removed the adaptive armor though on these bosses. It's pretty annoying. Oh, this might kill me. Actually, we're okay. Oh, let's put a portal up before we forget. Keep forgetting to put a portal. Yeah, this is starting to hit pretty hard. It was like 25,000. With enemy damage though. Yeah, I did see the talk about that. How do you get Runic to autocast? It's not autocasting. I'm manually casting it. If you're casting, you're holding your right click for your Frostclaw. If you want to cast your Runic, you hold the button down and it'll cast. So if I want to use Flame Dash, I hold the button, it'll cast. Or Flame Ward, Snap Freeze. You can't tap the button, you have to actually hold it. But it does work though. Crit chance Fizzres, sure. Yeah, see I have 2 portals. There we go. Go through the blue one. There's my chest. See? Free 32k gold. If I didn't go through the blue portal, I wouldn't have got that. Easy win. Alright, hopefully we can not die to the shade we find, because we have a lot of... We have 3 gaze stacks. Oh, that's a lot of the body armors I need. 1 LP, low roll. Yeah, see, these things just keep casting. Pretty sure there's nothing good here, but let's just be sure. Yeah. Sorry, prophecies. I think I need to do a bit of Jolra to clear out my prophecy. Yeah, I feel like I want lightning crit on my chest. I think that's better than mana spent gained to sword. I need that affix though. I don't have many. Actually, let's grab a few affixes. I'm gonna need shatter. This is probably good. Okay, these are 9, 10, 10, sure. Alright, let's go push this shade. See if maybe I can get a couple slams on something. I'll have to see if I have anything. Might have boots. Does corruption pushing get faster as you gain more stability? Yeah, I would say so. It caps out, I want to say around like 400 or 500 corruption. The amount of stability you get per echo. But more stability means you get more bosses, so more Gaze of Orbis stacks. So you get more corruption from the shade kills. But if you look at the stability that I get, so like if I go to the center of the web here, this gives 86 stability. I'm pretty sure that's the same as about 500, even though I'm at 1700. But also the further you go, the more stability you get. So if you want to get a bunch of boss kills and then do the shade, you can do a bunch of nodes further out. That kind of helps a bit. Let's do one more before the boss. Shred, health, damage. Deadly with money. You got burned out at 300? Yeah, I mean it doesn't get that much faster. The fastest way to increase your corruption is to have a faster build. If you can clear monos really fast and kill shade really fast, then you'll push faster. But there is no quick way to get to like 2000 corruption. It takes a lot of time, even if your build is really strong. No shortcuts. Oh, those enemies are super rippy. Need to be careful. Okay, so we have good mods. We can go for shade. You didn't get red rings, but you got 2 times 4 LP rings. Oh, that's really good. I'm guessing you got the tongue of Aberrant or something? Their stance on mana gained while channeling. I don't think anybody really... Channeling builds are not very popular. I don't really know if there's an issue or not. Maybe. Would you prioritize getting 400 in a single? Yeah, that's usually what I do. Rip, this is a hard one. The blue one. This one's really hard because you can't see any of this shit on the ground. It's a very rough combination of attacks from Shade, because the little triangles block you into a segment of the map, and then the DOTs chase you around. And they basically one-shot. Oh shit, that hit me. Oh. Thanks, mate. Fridge is fine. I can't see the ground. Holy. Oh shit. Oh. Ugh, holy shit, what the hell? I didn't play that perfectly. Damn, that was by far the most butthole clenching fight I've ever had in this game. There's like 2 points there where I was like 90% sure I was dead and I was like starting to give up. I was like, oh man, I'm just dead. But then I didn't die. I think like several times I went down to 0 ward. Very stressful, yeah. That was a really scary one. It's a very hard combination of the shade abilities because the triangles, it's very hard to see them, and the void things are basically the color of the ground, so you can't really see where they are. So I kind of just have to like kite around it while it's moving and hope that I can avoid them. You never had a need doubt. Yo, X Garzi. I don't know if I'm saying that right. How's it going? Whew. Get to join just in time for the intense shade fight. What does that take us to? 1737. Not bad. That is a solid amount of corruption for our CoF build. Let's see where we want to go. XP, sure. Been blasting. Yeah. Yeah, I've been pushing corruption. The last couple days, a lot of time has gone into making my spreadsheets and videos, so I haven't got to play as much as I wanted, but yeah. It's always fun to blast on this build though. This is by far my favorite build ever. Frostclaw is so much fun. That fight showed me I need to focus on more damage though. Need to clean up my build a bit. To check what prophecies I still need to proc. We have Jorah, Shade, Boss. How have I not done this yet? Jorah, Dungeon, Eyeball, Matron, Shade. Yeah. Why do I have a Argentus? Huh. You don't play this build anymore because of the light show. Yeah, I've heard that before. It is definitely on the annoying side, not being able to see anything as we saw. But also it's like one of the most fun parts of the build, just stuff everywhere. All sorts of abilities and whatever. That's what makes it fun. To bring down light effects, yeah. If they had like an opacity setting for your abilities, that would be amazing. Because right now I can't really see anything that's remotely similar color to either my abilities themselves or the ground. Like the Shade fight, all the ground is purple, and a lot of his abilities are also purple. I would think from a user experience perspective, anybody that has like any sort of visual impairment would probably struggle quite a bit with that. Feels like bad design. Into boots. Yeah, I do have a 2LP Twisted Heart. I need a relic to slam, though. The 2LPs are pretty rare. I think they're like less than 1% chance. But we have the COF bonus and then all the corruption bonus as well. So it's not completely unrealistic. Is it true you can permafreeze Shade? I've heard that you can. I haven't actually done it myself. But apparently if you need like freeze rate multi or something, and then if you use the Frozen Heart amulet, apparently you can do it. That might be one way to push corruption. Because aside from Shade, I'm pretty sure I could push well past 2000. Shade is just the hard part. Alright, let's go get our 2LP heart. Need another one. Oh yeah, put portal down. Oh, actually, I'm pretty sure I'm dead here. No, I'm not. Sounds like a solution. Yeah, it could be a solution if it works. You could just have a gear swap ready for Shade. And even if you don't do any damage, if you can perma-freeze it, you're basically immortal, right? If the boss can't do anything. I'll have to do some testing. There might be like a calculator somewhere that like tells you how much you need. I wonder if it's based on corruption though. Like the freeze calculation might factor in enemy HP. And if that's the case, then higher corruption would be harder to freeze. Good evening. Hey Marco, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. It is a good evening indeed. We are pushing corruption. What do we get? Staff, 2LP twisted. I don't think I need these. Is the prophecy lens tool already? Are you talking about the blocker lens tool? That I finished yesterday and made a video on it. If you're talking about the tool to calculate all prophecies, that's going to take me a while to get done. That's very, very difficult calculations. So I need to take each different lens and factor in the reroll chance, which goes into the cost effectiveness of different prophecies with different favor per item. So like, if a prophecy is more cost effective per reroll, then reducing rerolls has a bigger effect. Or is it the opposite? I don't know. Either way, the math for that is really complicated, so it's gonna probably take me a bit. Nothing to do at work, watch the bro play Seizure. I'm glad I'm at least a little bit more entertaining than your work. You don't get kicked out of your fight after with the blue portal? No. If you take the blue portal, you get an extra loot chest that you wouldn't normally get. That's why the blue portal is better. If you go through the green portal, you don't get a chest. Are these rare? These must be rare if they're highlighted. Yeah, putting stuff like that together takes a lot of time. I mean, I'm obviously not working on it right now, but I'll probably try and put some time into that this weekend. I'm kind of debating just making it as a script. But I think by default, people's spreadsheets will block script execution. so it might not be as accessible if I make a tool that relies on scripts. Can you explain the blue portal? Yeah, so if you put a portal down before you kill the boss, it's blue. The same with echoes. Like if you see right now, it's a blue portal. The blue portal means that you haven't completed the area. So like right now, if I go through this area is not complete. I can go back and do it again. But once you complete, if you spawn a portal, it'll be green. For the boss, if you go through a green portal, you don't get a chest. And if you go through a blue portal, you do get a chest. So you're supposed to spawn a portal before you finish killing the boss, and then go through it once you're done. Yeah, it's kind of weird. I don't know why it works like that. I feel like it should give you a chest. I don't know why it doesn't. Do you have a loot filter? I can share the what I'm using if you want. It might be in my description. No, it's not. Here, I will export this for you. Give me 1 second. There. For anyone who wants the filter I'm currently using. There it is. Have I found Wings of Argenis with LP? No. But I also don't farm that timeline. It only drops from the boss. I have found things that are rarer than an LP Wings of Argentis though. So it wouldn't be that unusual. Should you go for T7 FC or Red Ring? I would say probably Red Ring first. At least like a Red Ring with 0 LP as a start would probably be good. And then you can focus on 7 if you want. Are you using Blood of the Exile over Foot of the Mountain because of movement speed? Good question. I think so. I don't remember why. I'll check Foot of the Mountain after the map. I can't remember if it was just movement speed. But Foot of the Mountain is actually pretty easy to get LP on. So if they're comparable, then Foot of the Mountain might be better. Because it also gives you the minus mana for boss fights, which is pretty strong. The only downside is the move speed that you lose, I think. I will double check that though. Your Void Knight Healing Hands trying to farm up the legendaries. You don't have anything to slam. Yeah, that's the hard part. If you're just running a bunch of unique prophecies, it's going to be hard. And also the problem, if you're farming on a Sentinel character, mage relics, but either way, it's going to be a lot harder for you to get a mage relic unless you're playing a mage. You have 9,000. Yeah. Yeah, I think rings is probably... I don't think you're going to need to use all of it to get your rings. But It does help with your defense quite a bit. If you don't have it, you can also just run any ring with intelligence. It's pretty much as good. Let's take a look at foot of the mountain. Foot of the mountain. So all attributes goes up to 12. So same as the exile. It's 6 to 12 though, so you have a pretty low chance. Gives the same amount of armor. It's actually the same base. You lose 30 move speed. Does anything else on the exile actually do anything? Not really. The only thing exile gives is 30 move speed. Yeah. Yeah, maybe Foot of the Mountain is actually good. For low corruption, I think you want the move speed, and it might even be worth slamming move speed. But for high corruption, when stuff is extremely tanky, move speed is a lot less important. So the foot might be worthwhile. I might try running some lightless and see if I get like a 2 or 3 LP. Greetings from Brazil. Oi, tudo bem? I don't actually speak Portuguese, that's like all I know. Oh, I almost died there. Gotta get my ward built up. Welcome, welcome. Welcome to the stream. You're tuning into the exciting Rune Master gameplay.
Fools.
I think the current goal is going to be 2000 corruption, but I might try and go further. I'll need to do some gear upgrades before I can do that, but I think 2000 is pretty realistic for what I currently have. With some upgrades, we can probably do 2500. Oh, what? Holy shit, what is going on? I got stuck there. It wouldn't let me move out of the circle. It was kind of strange. I think it was like pathing. It's so hard to find T6 or T7 Frostclaw. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I think I've only found 2. They are extremely rare. They're even rarer than LP Twisted Hearts. You don't need it to make the build though. If you look at the video I posted on the build, it doesn't actually require levels to Frostclaw on your relic. You're always sorcerer in ARPGs, your master's pretty good. I helped you a lot with Frostclaw. Yeah, no problem. I'm glad you like the build. The cold one is a little bit different if that's what you're going for, but a lot of the gear is still the same.
Fools.
If you don't have any Frostclaw relics though, it's probably worthwhile to just slam intelligence on your relic and then use unstable core. And then you don't need to worry about levels, like you'll be okay. As long as you have the idols that reduce mana costs. I usually play the like barbarian type characters in ARPGs. The like big hammer type characters. So this is definitely like really different than my usual. It's just so much fun. Core and int on my twisted, yeah. Yeah, exactly. They're both really good options. Switch to lightning. What would be the most efficient rendering farm? Deep prophecies. If you have any rune ascendants, just throw them onto rings and you might get one. But other than that, do prophecies for unique rings. Where is my? Yeah, if you don't have Frostclaw relic, just use either a regular Twisted Heart with nothing or something like this with int. Or cast speed is okay, but I think int is better because it also gives cast speed from ladle. And you can just use these two, the core and the heart, and then that's good enough. The +3 is not even better if you're not using static shell. I think int is generally better. The problem is we need plus levels in order to be able to afford our mana costs. Without unstable core, we don't have enough levels. If you're thinking about switching between cold and lightning though, I think you'll probably, assuming you're playing the damage over time build, you'll probably have to swap out quite a few of your uniques for different ones.
Fools.
Boots can help with sustain, yeah. Yeah, that's true. It's only when you're standing still though, so it's not actually helpful for while you're running echoes. It's more for boss fights. Although in the echoes you're usually okay, just with your mana regen. Holy lag. I think I might need to restart my game. It's starting to get a bit laggy. I think I'm gonna restart my game. Maybe. Yeah, sometimes it bugs out. There's also some settings that cause issues. shadows I think I have off. Enemies flash on hit. This one apparently makes you laggy. Alright, I'm gonna restart the game real quick. Saw the memory leaks or whatever, a lot of issues. Start to get laggy over time. Let's see, is my game gonna start? There we go. So let's see if we need to do any passive respecs while I'm here. I feel like I messed some stuff up. Just gives me a little bit of cast speed. Feel like this. I need 3 points. This would be 2.5 cast speed per point. This is not great. Yeah, I don't think there's anything I can really change. Tried switching around some of the Rune Master nodes to see if it was better. It seems like a little bit better with the DR. This one. But I'm not actually sure. Not actually sure if it's worth it. There, it seems to be a little bit better now. Oh yeah, that's a lot better. I feel like restarting gave me a bunch more frame rate. It's crazy how laggy the game gets after being open for like 3 hours. Try switching damage numbers off? It's a good idea, actually. My damage numbers don't even mean anything. It's just a big block of text. I do hit like 50 times a second, so... Yeah, I think you're right. Visual clutter and also any lag that it might be causing. That's a good point. Thanks for the idea. Yeah, killing Oreo is a pain with all the visual clutter. Alright, let's try that. Display damage numbers. Okay, that should be better. You have a very rare lag after 34 hours. Hmm. I don't know. I don't know if the lag comes from network related issues or if it's like or if it's just like the game itself. It's not really clear. I think in theory, a bad network could make your frame rate worse depending on how the game is coded. But I'm not sure if it actually is a problem. Yeah, there's a lot less garbage on my screen without the damage numbers. I don't know if my frame rate's actually better, but still an improvement. Might just need to upgrade my computer. Ah. Yeah, that's unfortunate. I think I generally don't really have network issues. So, at least in my case, I don't think that's the problem. My computer is not bad either. So I wouldn't think it's hardware. My CPU is a little bit dated, but my graphics card is good. And streaming also causes lag too. So it's not just the game. You just hit T7 int T6 health. Oh, that's really good. Took 18. Yeah, that's bullshit. The forging potential can be so unforgiving sometimes. Yeah, the crafting. It's really upsetting when you get like an amazing item like that. And you feel like it's gonna be a huge upgrade and then you just fail on the craft. $1660 Ti? Yeah, I remember that card being... I'm pretty sure that was one of the like really, really highly recommended cards back in the day. You stream no problem? Oh, that's pretty good. I'm using a 6850 XT, the AMD card. I don't remember what the direct NVIDIA competitor is, but it's a 16 gigabyte card. Failed miserably. Yeah, the dupe, if you get a base like that, I think it probably would have been just worth duping it right away. Like just throw some suffix on it and then dupe it. It's unfortunate because you'd get like only 2 affixes really. You have a 1 LP Ravenous Void, really? That's so crazy. It's LP level 105. Should you go for hybrid health or I don't know. I have nothing to say about that item. I have no idea. Not the right person to ask.
Fools. Fools.
If you have a T7 hybrid health though, that's pretty good. I definitely wouldn't slam anything other than T7 into that. It's way too rare. You're scared to slam anything? I guess you can just keep it forever as decoration. I have some items like that that feel like too good to slam, and you don't want to slam it. And then the cycle ends and it's all pointless. Never look at it again. I think I need to get up to 300 mana, slam the spell crit well above 300 mana onto some of my gear, and then I can swap out crit chance for crit multi here. So then I can get crit multi, and then I think I can maybe get crit multi on the chest as well. Feel like that. You think my FPS looks smooth? It's pretty choppy actually. Am I able to display FPS in the game? I would guess it's like somewhere around 25 to 50. I assume there's a hotkey for FPS, right? F11? Alright. Let's see my F keys. I'm on a Mac keyboard. I don't know if that's actually gonna work for me. I might have to change. Might have to change hotkeys. Let's see. Display your current frames per second. I don't think my F11 key is actually gonna work here. Let's try numpad. Oh, maybe. Oh, it is there. Never mind. It's on the top left. I thought it's on the top right. Is it a full wipe? It's not a wipe. It's a new cycle. All of your gear goes into Legacy. So if you want to play Legacy, you'll have all your gear, but then the new cycle is like starting over. At least that's how all the other ARPGs do it. I don't know if Last Epoch's gonna follow. I assume so. So we have a 5 here. Can do a boss, I guess. Alright. What about your gold? No, everything is fresh, right? It's like fresh stash, fresh gold, fresh mats. You have nothing. That's the idea of like a cycle or a season or a league. That everything is like as if you're starting over. If you don't like that, you can play Legacy, and then you'll keep everything. But also, typically, they add new content first into cycles. So that is the incentive to play if you want to try the new stuff. .40 FPS here, 30. Yeah, we go down to around 30. Yeah, you're right. Mike did say that. He said all of the priority things to add to the game are important enough that they'll be adding them to cycle and legacy. So we're probably going to end up with cycles that don't have any new content for a while. Probably worth. Yeah. Depends on what you want. If you want to keep pushing corruption, then it'll probably take you a long time to get back to the same point with CoF, because you won't be able to equip a bunch of your gear. Yeah, I might just keep playing Legacy until there's some cycle theme as well. So a lot of my time just goes into like testing things for making videos, and leveling a new character kind of takes away from my ability to do that. You're building your CoF character? Yeah, I think it just takes a lot longer to get it going. You have 10 billion gold you need to spend. Yeah. Yeah, I think they generally focus more on cycles because it's probably better for general player retention. Like most people need something new to continue playing, so they put that into the cycles. And if you already have all the gear that you need, people don't play as long. So that's probably the design thought process behind that. You're less likely to try new stuff as well if you already have all the gear for an existing build. I'm gonna go do a Jolra, get a couple of my slams done. Why does new need to be exclusive to cycle? I don't know. Other than people who do racing, I don't know if many people would actually opt for the reset if they could just have access to all the new content. Not sure if that's like a good or a bad thing, but it's probably just the latter people. I'm not even sure if I would opt for the reset. Kind of on the fence. Yeah, let's go do Jolra. Get some prophecies finished. Actually, I can go grab more prophecies first. I have a bit of favor saved up. I think in the end it all just comes down to maximizing playtime. The devs know that if you don't have cycles with resets, people play less, and then they're playing less on average, they spend less money. That would be my guess. What do I actually want? Do I want more boots and all that stuff? Probably. I think I still do want more boots, helms, chests, all that stuff. Body armor from boss. A lot of these choices they're not just random. Like there's a lot of like research that goes into it of like player retention, and it's definitely like a calculated decision. I could also run some Exalted Relic prophecies. Maybe I'll get something good. Chora boots, nice. That's what we like to see. Boss boots. We're getting all the boots. Abomination boots. No. MG without resets would turn to joke. Yeah, that's a good point. That is also true. Void Horror, we don't run. You like the resets? I think that like my initial thought is that I don't like starting over and needing to rebuild everything, because like I wouldn't just delete my character, right, and then start over for the fun of it. But then also, I feel like there's part of me that like even though I wouldn't do it to myself, I kind of like the process of a reset. It's sort of weird. There's some like psychology thing in there. Like I don't want to reset myself, but I like the idea of like starting fresh. The reset is just like that little bit of push that I need to do it. But also the new content is a huge incentive. Like if it was just reset with nothing new, then I don't think it would have the same appeal. It's like I'm gonna build my new character using the new cycle mechanics. Like PoE or Diablo to some degree, like all the new stuff that they add factors into how you build your character. So there's all that like discovery around how you want to build, what you want to combine with what. Without that, it feels kind of dull. Like you're just doing kind of the same thing again. They need to add a way to snapshot your stash so you can just paste the way to, yeah. Yeah, you're right. Setting that up does take forever. That's a good point. I don't know how many like hours and hours I put into organizing my stash. It takes so long. Resets the progression dopamine. Yeah, that's a good point. I think that's sort of it too, because like right now, if I drop like a 2LP static shell, I mean it's like exciting, but it's also not like, it's not crazy because I already have one. And there's only so far you can realistically progress your gear with given drop rates, so the reset kind of gives that excitement for like mediocre items all over again. Because right now for me, like I can't really expect to get a gear upgrade every day. Like most days I won't get an upgrade. But when you reset, you're constantly getting upgrades. Where's all my boots? I need boots. Body armor. Boots? Shade, body armor. LP though. Helmet from Scorpion. All we are is dust in the wind. How many hours weekly do you play? I don't know. Steam says, I think it was like close to 90. No, that was 2 weeks. Yeah, it said I had about 90. No, actually, it was way more than that. I think it said I had like 150 hours in the last 2 weeks. But that also includes when the game is open, but you're not playing, like you just have it in the main menu, which I've done a few times. So I don't actually know how many hours I've played. I don't have an accurate measure. You're hoping they bump up the 3 and 4 LP? Yeah, I think I can agree with that. You can't realistically expect, even with CoF, you can't expect to drop a 4 LP. Even with how much time I've played, how much I've like done prophecies and all that stuff, I've only dropped, I think 4 or 5 4 LPs, which is basically nothing. You almost have a better chance to win the Powerball. Yeah. I mean, to get like a specific 4LP, your chances are pretty low. To get any 4LP, I don't think it's that bad. Eventually you're going to get a 4LP. It's just not going to be the one you want. Are you looking for prophecies that do not require lots of grinding? Yes, exactly. I'm looking for ones that I can do by just the normal things that I would do anyway. So like here's Exiled Mage, I always do that. I take Boss, I take Jolra, I take Reign of Dragons, like here's Boss, I'm going to do that. I don't want to go out of my way to complete prophecies. What, 4LP fighting chance? Are those used for any build? I don't know if they're... I don't know if those are worth. Yeah, exactly. I'm just trying to save some time by condensing my prophecies. Shade for helmet, body armor for Lagan. You got 2 4LP accolade chests. That's actually kind of interesting. I don't know if the 7% current health to ward is worth the extra 2 or so LP you would get. I think a 2 LP Exsanguinous is probably still better for a low life build. I don't remember what else is on that chest though. Definitely a good leveling option. But also leveling gear kind of feels lame now that there's cycle resets. Like putting all that effort into making twink gear that you're probably going to only use maybe once. It just feels kind of bad. I don't know if that's just me. Like I could make a leveling gear and then chances are I may not even use it at all unless I'm like already planning on it. I kind of want just like one more boot. You hate Poison Shade? Feels bad. What did Poison Shade ever do to you? Body armor, I could take. Boots, I will take. Sure. Let's see if we can get one more. No. Okay, let's drop all this. Depends on how you approach strength. If you just play and over time collect some items. Yeah, but you say over time, right? Over time throughout the cycle, but like by the time you would get around to use it, it's probably next cycle. Like right now, the cycle is like what, halfway done? Even if I make some twink gear, I might use it once, but then chances are by the time I would use it again, I won't have access to it anymore. Oh yeah, let's grab some keys. Back before 1.0, I was all for twink gear. Like I would eventually get around to using all of it. So it felt more worth it, but now it just feels like a waste of time. You level in like a few hours, so I don't think twink gear is necessary. Like the game is way too easy to level as it is. Like twink gear just feels unnecessary. I don't actually know what I want to slam in here. I'll see if I have anything. I just want to kill the Julra.
Who dares intrude upon my research? No matter. They cannot reach me.
Twink gear cuts the campaign down by more than half? I don't know. I don't know if that's true. Maybe. Maybe. Yeah, I mean, if you just prioritize a bunch of stuff with move speed, maybe I could see that. If you have all the gear and you have some slams free, then I guess you might as well slam them. But I don't know if I'd go out of my way just to like farm twink gear. Static shell. So if you spend like 3 hours farming twink gear, you're probably never going to make that 3 hours back by using it. Twink gear stats, usually twink gear would be move speed, flat damage. Like percent damage isn't as good because you don't really have a lot of base damage, but like flat damage on anything is very strong. Fire starters, yeah, I leveled with fire starter. I didn't even have LP on it, and it was just one-shotting everything with Rune Master. Do you manage to get LP on your red rings? No. No, that is the dream, but we're not there yet. LP red ring would be pretty nice.
What's this? How are they manipulating time? Could it be?
2LP, Crest of Unity. Sure, I will take it. I don't think you can. Can you slam flat spell damage? I don't think that that's a slam. I guess depending on what it is, you can slam it on. There's some specific affixes, like the Acolyte Helm, you can get curse spell damage, but I don't think you can just slam spell damage on a wand. Spell percent? Well, like the problem is early game, like say you have 15 flat damage, right? A T7% damage might be like, I don't know, 300%, right? So you get 300% increased damage, takes you to 60. Or, if you look at like a melee weapon with a T7 flat damage, if it's a two-hand, you're getting like 100 flat damage. So if you're like 15, you go from 15 to 115. So flat damage is like significantly better for low level. And while you're leveling in general, flat damage is what you usually focus on. Sword, yeah, you're right. You can slam on swords and maybe daggers too. I don't remember. But yeah, you are right. You could probably make a pretty good leveling caster with some like sword. Maybe the B sword? It's hard to get LP on the B sword though. Or maybe, I don't know, maybe I just haven't dropped many of them.
It all makes sense now. The epoch has finally come to me.
Alright, so far I've been doing like 1700 corruption, but look how tanky I am compared to Julra.
The epoch, I will have it.
Like see the one-shot attack here. How little damage that does. And even the DOT here that's like extremely high damage. This doesn't even damage Frostclaw, it's just way too tanky. This build takes like no damage whatsoever. Even the little spinnies don't really do damage. Like I'm standing inside of the DOT and the spinning and all of the attacks. Take like no damage. No, the single target is not that great, at least for my setup. It could be way higher. My gear is like a lot more defense focused, which I should probably change. I don't think it's actually helping. Like here I have no LP red rings just for the DR. I have crit reduction on my belt and armor. I have percent armor on my chest. A lot of this could be... My gloves are pretty offensive, but I don't know. My setup could be a lot better. It's not super optimal. This is low roll. Yeah, I can still get better gear. I think I'm gonna try and focus on increasing my damage. For easy content too, you can just throw on move speed and damage. So there's not like anything will kill you under 1000 corruption. Just doesn't do any damage. You found Confluence of Fate. Yeah, I was thinking about that actually. I saw a couple builds with using that. I'm kind of tempted to give that a try. But the thing though is most of our damage is Fragment of the Enigma, And with how much int we have, we're already at 300 flat damage. Adding another 45 doesn't really feel like it would change that much for how much damage we lose, or for how much survivability. So I'm not sure if it's worth it. Unless, I guess it also increases your Frostclaw quite a bit. So we lack the flat damage because we're using Ladle. Spell damage percent, yeah. Yeah, I could see that. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Alright, let's see if we have anything to slam. Let's see if we have boots. We have T7 int boots, maybe. 16 int. These are... This has move speed. This is T7 0 FP though. Move speed, CDR, crit damage reduction. These bits are kind of nice. Double T5, 16 int, yeah. Have I ever made a difference on high corruption versus low corruption in terms of exalted? No. It is something that I can try. You even put icons on your tabs. Yeah, my tabs are, I guess, somewhat organized. They could be better. This should be red. See, do I have slam? 16 int, 18 move speed. Int. Word on traversal. No, it's not very good. You stood in the void dot because you can. But imagine melee, if they can't survive, how will they do damage? I mean, I've played melee builds against Jorah. You just kite around the donut, the DOT donut. And the void damage, you can lure it to the outside of the arena. So like when Jorah spawns the void thing, it follows you. So you walk to the edge of the arena, you drop it there, and then you go back to the middle. Like you can play around it. It's not like it's unavoidable. I just don't need to avoid it, so I don't. Let's see, this is 15 int. Okay. What else do we have? Crit avoid. Right. Let's see if we can make anything out of this. Okay, so these have double low tier. I can try and seal. 53 FP, I can probably make something here, but I don't care that much about move speed. This one's already 16 int. I can probably craft something there. And I could seal. This has health, which isn't terrible. Armor is a good stat. And then move speed, I guess I could seal. Actually, I might just slam these. But I don't really want move speed. CDR and armor are both good. see if there's any better options here. We have flat armor is good. Resist we don't need. Armor is good, CDR is good. And armor reduction crit is good. For prefix, the only good one is strength. Strength gives armor. CDR armor, if you ask me, yeah, I think I agree. Yeah, I think strength is the best. I could probably seal move speed on this and then slam strength onto it. Would be pretty good. This one is a bit risky. Yeah, none of these boots are that amazing. I could try and I'm just slam this one, to be honest. If I get move speed, it's not the end of the world. I guess I'll take it. So the other two stats are good. Cooldown and armor are both good. Either of them would be okay. Move speed is also not the end of the world. It'll help me avoid certain things. Guess we'll try it. Yeah, I mean, those are nice boots. It's only a T4. And I'm already capped, but if I decide I don't want to run this on my belt, that now opens up a suffix spot somewhere else. So if I drop this belt, I now only need a T5 to cap my crit reduction. Maybe a T4 even. Yeah, actually, that's not too bad. So this gives me, let's see, we gain 1 int. We gain 1 int, we gain 1 strength, and we gain 250 armor. That's actually pretty significant. Gain a bit of dodge. And we're still void res capped. Yeah, these are nice boots. I feel like this was almost the best outcome. CDR might be better. Maybe. But even then, I don't know. I don't know if CDR is better. Okay. That's solid. I like that. I'm gonna run another Jolra though and see what else we can get. These are really good. This can go into the graveyard. I don't need to slam another boot. I'm not gonna slam another boot until I have a better donor. You have T7 int on a max roll blood, but you need the reduce. Yeah. Getting a double hit on Blood of the Exile is extremely difficult. This does not drop LP often. And even then, once you get LP, you also need a high roll. Like if this rolls 8 int, it's not even worth slamming. That's extremely unfortunate. So, these I think can go back. And then these two, I don't know, maybe someday I'll use these. Alright, I'm happy with that. These are nice. What else do we have? I think I have 2 LP Prism. 1. You're trying +3 on your heart like 10 times no luck. Oh man. That is such feels bad. This is extremely unlucky. So we have 2 perfect 2 LP Prism Gazes. These are nice. But I don't know if I have a good enough donor. I could try the 3, but then I lose a lot of crit. Let's see if we actually have a donor helmet. What do we even want? That's the question. It would have to be T7 int. T7 int with 1 suffix, okay. This is good. Reduced armor, health, okay. I think probably spell crit, right? You break 10 3 LP fragments? That's insane. I haven't even dropped a 3 LP Enigma. I ran a lot of catalysts too. It's actually crazy unlucky. Alright, let's take a look at some of these. I break 15 2LP. To be fair though, if you do the math on 2LP rolling, it's a 1 in 6 to get double prefix. So it's not super unusual to miss a bunch of them. Let's take a look at what options we have here. So suffixes, I don't think any are good other than armor. Probably armor and bonus crit is... Word per second. No, word per second sucks. So armor is good. Crit armor is good. Health is acceptable, but not great. Flat armor is good. Prefix. Spell crit is good. Opal ring is really good because you get 18 int and CDR. Lightning crit multi is good. You're gonna break your leg. Oh, no. Feels bad. Mana spent gained as ward. This is also good. But I think I need to focus on damage though. Like defense only matters so much. Eventually you're just gonna get killed by some random thing. It's better to kill stuff sooner than just not worry about it. So this we spend roughly, I want to say 90 mana per second. I think about 90. So we're somewhere around 4 direct casts per second, each at 23 mana. So this would give us about 90 ward. I don't think it's great. Yeah, I think you're right. Damage is probably the way to go. At this point, killing stuff before it kills you, as long as I'm not getting one shot, which I usually don't, I think it's the way to go. So either spell crit here, or lightning crit multi, I think are the best. If we do spell crit, we somehow need to get to 300 mana. What am I at now? 196. I need another 104 mana. That's kind of challenging. How would I get 104 mana? I think I'd have to slam mana, or I could use mana idols. Idols is probably the way to go. It's probably doable. Orion Eye with 3 LP. That sounds pretty unrealistic. I don't know if that's reasonable. Mana on cast speed amulet. Run double damage over time mitigation on gloves. I agree, but the problem is it's very hard to get double damage mitigation on gloves. I have these, but it's only 7 int, so these aren't really usable. I have this, which is okay, but it's a low roll implicit, and otherwise it's 5 top tier stats, but the rolls are too low, so that it's not really usable. I agree though. I think that's the best. You have T6 int double mitigation? That's actually crazy. That's such a good glove. All I have is, I mean, these are solid. This is T7 shred, T7 int, crit chance, Weaver's Will. These are probably almost the best gloves you could get for Weavers at least, but it's not as good as mitigation. I'm just gonna dump all these here for now. Alright, let's go do another Julra, because I think we still have... Yeah, we still have Julra Quill. Monster dots need to change? Yeah. I don't even know if I have an issue with dots. They could just bring up the damage of everything. The problem right now is just the difference between dot damage and regular hit damage is way too high. Like it's so unreasonable that at high corruption nothing kills you until you stand in a damage over time and then you just insta die.
A waste of time.
Like the disparity is completely out of balance right now. I don't even think increasing monster damage from corruption is a bad idea. Like I think that would help get things a little bit more in line with what the developers expect. Because they've already stated that they don't think builds should be able to push 1000+ corruption. So if that's what they want, then ramping up monster damage might help. And it's weird too, because like in low corruption, damage over times are not even that deadly. It's only when you get to high corruption. You got T7 cast speed, T5 crit, and T4 chill. Yeah, you basically got exactly what I did. I missed the lightning pen as well. I think I got shock instead of lightning pen. Still though, you got the important ones. I have, oh yeah, you're right. I do have spell crit.
There is only one explanation.
Yeah. If I was able to get the spell crit on the helm or chest, I could drop this and replace it with crit multi. Actually, now that I think of it, any of these pieces can roll multi and spell crit, right? Chest piece can roll spell crit with the mana thing. So it depends on the rolls themselves. Which one is more efficient for an affix spot? And also the opportunity cost of speccing into 300 mana. I feel like spell crit on the weapons is more efficient because they don't require you to spec into 300 mana, and then it opens lightning crit on the chest and helm. If you do the opposite, then you basically are in the exact same spot, except you also need 300 mana. So that means, in my case, I'd be giving up a bunch of armor. Doesn't really seem worth it. You're still learning just 1k corruption? I mean, you're still higher than the vast majority of players. So you definitely already know a lot. I am also learning. 2LP, sure, why not? Yeah, I mean the thing about interchangeable affixes though is that they don't all have the same efficiency for an affix slot. Like sometimes a certain affix is more efficient in one slot versus another, so it's better to change them around depending on how effective they are. Like some T7s are not that much of an upgrade versus T5 versus other ones. So sometimes it's better if you need like um, a certain amount of the affix. It's better to get like a really strong T7 for something good, and then like two T5s of something mediocre, if that makes sense. Like you kind of just move your affix around based on how strong they are. Probably made no sense what I just said, but you basically have to compare the affixes against the like similar affixes. Like compare chest affix with other chest affix. 300 doesn't really give too much more. You're at 300. 300 lightning damage. Do you guys know if the percent damage is a different multiplier bucket than intelligence? Or are they together? I would assume they're different, because otherwise the percent damage would have like no value, because we have so much int already. You went from dying at 150 to flying through 280. Damn, that's awesome. I'm glad to hear it. Yeah, this build is actually crazy. It's easily one of the strongest builds in the game right now, and probably also one of the most fun. How much int am I sitting at right now? 153. I have double red ring with no int on them, and I'm also not running int on my relic right now. Oh, actually this is a really nice one. 25 armor 3. I can replace 21 with 2. There you go, plus 4 armor. Beautiful. You're at 165 with 1 red ring. You spent 80. I don't think that's that unlucky, like statistically. Red rings are extremely rare. Like they're well under 1 in 80. I think it's probably something like 1 in 300, but I don't remember offhand. You made a suggestion how to change quick crafting. Oh, the success? Yeah, I agree. It's such a pain when you're trying to like seal an affix. And it's like a tier 1 and then you critical success. Well, actually a tier 1 I think is guaranteed. But if you critical success a tier 2 to tier 4, then you basically destroy your chances of sealing. It's really frustrating. Or if you're trying to reroll, it goes from 3 to 5 and then you don't get another reroll chance. Like the only time success is good is it just saves you a little bit of FP. Or if it levels up a experimental affix. That's another good one, but Those are pretty much the only scenarios. 3 LP, 2 LP, nice. It is really underwhelming though. You bought a max roll for 180 mil? That's probably before all the crazy inflation, I assume. People are underusing Rune of Refinement. That's the reroll the value one, right? I always forget the names. Yeah, I agree. Rune of Refinement is so important for if you're trying to get a 1 LP. Like if you only have 1 LP, you might as well make the affix the best, right? But people like they spend all their FP trying to roll affixes that they don't even want anyway. There's no point. Like you might as well just get a completely 3 dead affix item if you only care about 1. It's way better to get a perfectly rolled whatever it is you want. It's like if you hit anything else, you're just gonna vendor it anyway, right? So you might as well get what you want. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I've been doing that since the beginning. Like I generally aim for perfect rolls if possible. At least for int. This is the only exception. I don't know why I didn't bother with this, but I didn't have very many bases, so I just threw it in. Alright, let's see if we can get our helm. Let's try and slam a 2LP Prism Gaze. Where did I put them? Here. Static Shell or Unstable? Static Shell is the defensive option. You get 2.5 times, up to 2.75 times more armor effectiveness. This is a huge defensive boost. Like if you look at my armor here, it says 54% mitigation. With the Static Shell, that takes me up to about 80%. So it cuts my physical hit damage taken by half. Pretty much. Actually, is it more than half? I go from 46% damage taken to about 20. So I take less than half the physical damage. And 70% effectiveness for non-fit. It's a huge defensive layer. Yeah, you're right. The trade-off is needing a 3 or 4 Twisted Heart or a Omnis. You can run Omnis with a int Twisted Heart, but then with that you lose all the affixes on the necklace, so it's probably not worth it. You're basically trading 4 affixes for 1 T7 int on your relic. Not a great trade-off. The dream though is a T7 int T5 Frostclaw. If you can get both on a Twisted Heart, you have like the best in slot. You can't really compete with that. Right, let's see what we can slam here. So we have, you can't run, I don't agree. I don't agree there. You can absolutely run. If you go to my video for the build, I was not running mana on my amulet and I had no mana issues. What do I think about Claw over Ladle? I think Ladle's better for scaling. You can test it yourself. I mean, sure, I can do that. Oops, where is my int? I don't really need to test that because this is what I made my video with. It's already been tested. Okay, let's swap this. My old gear set. So this is 0 mana. You run max roll Bone Climber. Yeah, Bone Climber. Oh, with static? Oh. Oh, I see what you're saying. Uh, yeah, I think you might be right. Yeah, I think you might be right about that. On paper, it should work. Um, you shouldn't have a problem. You're saying static, omnis plus int heart. It should work. Uh, crap, what did I have here? I need this. Oh, what did I miss here? I don't actually remember. Yeah. You're right. I agree with you. That was the problem I thought too, because I did the math. Where's my Frostclaw sheet? And where is it? If you have double relics here, this would be 28%. And if you have 1 point in celerity, this is what you would have with static, shell, and omnis. So your mana spent will be 23 and your mana recovered per cast is 21.6. So you're only net minus 1.4. At 4 direct cast per second, which should be about where you're at, you're only losing 5.6 mana. And your regen should be about 12 to 15 per second. So you should have no problems at all. But what you said is exactly what the problem I had, is the mana pool being small. It just, you get bad RNG on your mana recovery and you're screwed. And even then, your other skills cost mana too. Like this is actually free because of the recovery. This costs mana, but you don't need to use it. This uses a little bit, so over time this kind of like chips away at your mana. And also the Flame Ward too, so yeah, I found the same issue. Right, I lost my train of thought. We were going to make a slam. Let's actually do that before I get distracted again. Alright, so here we have T7 int, it's 15. I'm not going to slam anything less than 16, so let's just reroll. 16, easy. Alright, and now what we need is lightning crit multi. Right? I think that's what we agreed on. Damn. That is rough. It just ate all my FP on that last hit. That would have been a perfect roll too. That is extremely painful. And I can't slam it because it's a 3 affix. Alright. Yeah, I don't think I would have even slammed it if it was double though, because these 2 LPs with perfect crit chance are extremely rare. I think anything other than good affix is, I don't know if I would have even slammed it. Can't you rune it? No, you can't. 0 FP. This is not craftable. Lightning Blast. I would need to remove that. This is probably not fixable. Mana, this is fixable. Actually, Fizz Res is not terrible. So I'm missing Fizz Res. This is acceptable. So first, Despair chance is based on the number of affixes. I want to despair mana, So first I'm going to add a suffix, and then I'm going to despair it. If you have an open affix and you're about to upgrade, make sure you have. Yeah. I agree, but I wasn't gonna slam anything other than a good suffix anyway, so I don't really care that much. I think armor and bonus is the best here. Percent armor is pretty good as well, but this could potentially free up an affix. Would I even use it? Probably not. Yeah, whatever. Okay. So, alright. Now we need 16 for this to be acceptable. No. Okay, it's dead. Alright, what else we got? I'm pretty picky with my crafting. This I need to hit. Alright, so first we're going to craft a suffix. Great, and now we need this seal. We hit the seal. Okay. Okay. Ooh. Alright, this is actually really good. This is 1 to 10 and I have 11. I can upgrade and still creation this. So I think I will. I can't make this better. They're already almost max roll. That takes us to 4. 37 and fizz. If I hit fizz, it caps my fizz and I can drop this idle, so that's good. If I hit armor, then that's also good. I think every outcome except missing int is good here, but lightning crit's obviously the best. We creation this. Right? Yes. Okay. This is basically the best donor I think I could make. This is potentially also really good. Percent armor is strong. I need to hit a remove and a seal. I'll try it anyway. Okay. Nope. This has 2 dead suffix. I need to hit a removal. Hit. 16, it's good. Lightning, good. Seal. What? Oh, I missed a tier 2 seal. And a tier 3. That is insane. Okay. Dead. Alright, whatever. I think I'm just gonna try and go for my slam. Unless there's anything better here. This has potential. It's a good hit. Another one. Dead. This has potential. If I can hit T4 here, then I can seal. We hit the T4. Very nice. We craft multi. You missed T2, T3. Oh man. Yeah, that's always really painful when that happens. I do hate that. Uh, Actually, this is fine. I'm not going to use all my shards though, because I already have 2 good bases here. We're going to leave that for now. I don't have many lightning crit shards. I might get a better donor. So let's try this. We have this and this. Dead. Alright, that is not usable. Let's put that in our graveyard. Why are you sealing it? Increase the chance of getting the affix you want, right? I'm sealing a bad affix to replace it with a good affix. That's what I'm trying to do. Because the item cannot take the sealed affix. It can only take non-sealed. Alright, let's go back to it. We have one more slammed. We have one more attempt at making the BIS Prism Gaze with a 1 in 6 chance.
More rats come to gnaw at the edges of my sanctum.
Fools. Fools.
Cast speed, T7 cast speed relic, sure. I need this affix.
Fools.
Is getting 2 desired onto a 2 LP, it's a 1 in 6, yeah.
How is this possible? Only I should be able to command.
Yeah, the teleport through the bars is nice.
Unless
Poker. Yeah.
you carry the epoch then? Fool like you has no use
Gotta
for
play
it.
the numbers.
Fools. Fools.
There was a really good book by a guy who made a lot of money by gambling. He was a mathematician, and then I think after his gambling career, I'm pretty sure he went into investing. I forget what the book was called, but super interesting.
Fools.
Play cards for living the past 23 years. Nice. I think it was blackjack that he played though. I don't think it was poker. I imagine blackjack is a lot more mathy if you're doing all your card counting or whatever.
Still so much to learn.
19 weavers, sure. Alright. Here we go. Yes, you're right. 2 desired onto 2 LP is the toughest. 1 LP is 1 in 4. Missing 1 bad on a 3 LP is 1 in 4. 2 LP with 2 you want is a 1 in 6. 4 LP is obviously 100. Alright, here we go. Please, game. I mean, that's not bad. I'll take it. It's only a tier 2, but it's still an upgrade. Actually, is it? Eh. It's okay. What's that for our armor? 3600 to 3738. We have a lot of armor. This is actually a crazy amount of armor for Rune Master. Two to 3 LP should be 50-50. What do you mean? 3 LP? No. 2 LP is the 1 in 6. How long did it take? Yeah, it's feasible to do it again. I have more. These are 2 LP, but they're only 3% crit chance. They're pretty rare, but if you're running a bunch of prophecies, it's not even that bad. And I wasn't even targeting helmets either. I've been running all unique types at the same time. I just slammed these boots today. I slammed this helm today. What else? I slammed this chest, I want to say, a couple days ago. All from the same batch of prophecies. It's always 50-50. 2 desired affixes on a 3 LP should be 50-50. Oh, 2 on a 3 LP. I thought you meant 3 on a 3 LP. Wait. Yeah. Yeah, I was thinking 3 on a 3 LP. 2 on a 3 LP. Yeah, right, of course. 2 on a 3 LP. Is it 50-50? Yeah, I think so. I think you're right. Let's dump these in the correct spot. Your Asian trusts you. Alright. Fair enough. Actually, this is not a mage relic. Alright, that's enough slams for now. You're sitting at 540k. Oof. Alright. So I didn't really get any increases to my damage, but I did get a little bit more armor. So I guess that should help for survivability. What do I want here? Ward per gone freeze. So we'll get more of this, I suppose. Alright, so now we can run Shade. We'll see. This is probably... These are always really hard because I don't really do enough damage with my current setup. So the fight takes a very long time. It's the red one. This one is... I don't like this one. Has some DOTs. Oh. Oh, I thought I dodged that shit. Okay, those things do crazy amount of damage. Yeah, this one's really annoying. Okay, do your slam thing. Okay. See how much damage the little blood thing did? It only touched me and instantly did 8,000 damage. It's extremely high damage. Okay, let's avoid those, avoid these. He's gonna teleport onto me, do the slam, dodge that. Dodge the beams. Walk out of the meteor, and we're good. That one was actually not too bad. 1 LP, 2% crit, no thank you. 1 LP, 3. No. Are you working on a separate setup for bosses? I think you could probably spec into more damage so the fight doesn't take as long. As long as I play correctly, you can tell I don't take that much damage. If I make a mistake, I die, regardless of how tanky I am. So I think damage is better for the boss as long as you are tanky enough to survive at least one hit. Remaster's a different game. Yeah. Does Shade get harder in difficulty the more boss kills you take down? I don't actually know. It's possible. Let's see if we got anything good in here. Any high LPs? Some 4 LPs maybe? The game is feeling generous. Nope. I did feel a little bit tankier that time though. You can snap freeze him constantly and grab coffee? No, I can't. I think in theory you can with the right setup, but I don't really freeze him. How much favor do you usually like to have before buying prophecies? Probably like 300,000 or so, at least. I like to be able to fill them up so that I can do them all in parallel. Not that it really matters if you're just grabbing ones that you do regularly anyway. How much time does it take you to get to 300? Maybe a couple hours. Depends how efficiently I'm playing. I have already farmed a lot more than 300k this session. And I've been streaming for a little over 4 hours. You get up to 40k per hour? Yeah, I'm not exactly sure. I'm over 100k per hour, not really trying to farm favor specifically. Could probably could get close to 200k per hour, I think. If you're really going for it. Try to slam Bone Clamor. I don't know, I was thinking about Bone Clamor, that'd give you a lot of int. I'm not sure if it's worth giving up the base crit. You get an extra 13 int and like 200 and something armor. Bone Clamor is really good. I just don't know if we can give up the base crit. Yeah, our 4% crit is almost half of our total crit comes from that. It's pretty rough to give that up. All you need is CDR 85% and the set amulet. I don't think I have anywhere near that, but I could just gear swap a bunch of stuff in and get that. If I wanted to cheese the boss, I'll probably try that. You're running 38% crit. I don't know. The problem is we have like 400% crit multi, and then from the tree, if you actually multiply your crit, you get another 20% max crit. So you losing 4 times damage over half of the time, your damage is like less than half of what it would be. Like going from 38, you would be at about 70% with Prism Gaze. So your damage would probably be over double, I think. Yeah, it should be over double. Get a T7 CDR belt and a T6 CDR belt should be enough. Yeah, I think you might be right. If I just swap into that, because this is a defensive belt. This doesn't actually help my damage at all. I can drop this for CDR. And these boots, they give a lot of int, but I don't need it if I'm just doing the permanent freeze. I could probably make that work. Did I hit it? Yeah, I hit it. It wasn't the hit that I wanted, but it was still better than what I had. We got armor. It's only a T2, but that takes us up to 3,700 armor, which is like a lot. It's a very significant amount of armor. I also hit the T7 int armor on my boots too, on a 12 int. So and percent armor on our chest. We have armor on everything. It's probably not necessary to have that much. Although, if I'm going to be giving up the percent armor on my chest, I probably want percent armor on something else. So I have a lot of flat armor. Although the extra 13 int from Bone Clamor is converted to crit chance too, 3 to 1, so that would give you 40%. 39, which is what this gives in. Yeah, I guess it doesn't really matter. Yeah, I don't know if Bone Clamor is usable. If you were using Dragorith Claw, I think you could use Bone Clamor. But with Ladle, we don't get base crit. Does it matter where you farm in turn of not? No, it doesn't matter. Some people say to do the unique reward echoes, but they're basically irrelevant. They don't really make a difference. Your Merchant Guild Lightning Blast Spec Charge already hit 3k. Damn. Yeah, I'm not so fortunate to be able to get all the items I want. Takes time. Any ideas? Is it real to push 1k corruption with Spellblade? Yeah, it should be. I don't know exactly what you would. I don't really know much about Spellblade. That's one of the classes that I've never made. It should be possible though. You could probably do the Mana Strike proccing stuff. You need to hit the slams to use the claw. Yeah. Yeah, they can use the prism, or what is it called? Crest of Unity helmet. Which gives, I think, 17% DR. You don't really push 1k Spellblade? I imagine any class has a build that can push 1k right now. I'd be surprised if that wasn't the case. Maybe though. Top 5 shrines? Probably XP, haste, cooldown, gold, and I don't know. Mana regen? Mana regen and cooldown are the same one. I think, right? Pretty sure. Is there a way to import your build plan? You can go to LE Tools and put in your account name and character name into the import tool. Oh yeah, random unique item. Yeah. I'll put that at 5. Yeah, you can import your character directly through the Lasty Puck Tools website. I don't think it'll let you share it in chat though. I think YouTube is going to block that. If you want, you can just paste the code that it gives you at the end. It should be like 6 or 7 digits. And I can paste it in chat, or anybody who wants to see it can just copy paste the code into the URL. Oh, I didn't complete the echo, I wasn't paying attention. You hear there's an early version? Yeah, I did see it. There's a open source, there's an open source GitHub repository for the tool. I looked at it a little bit, but it's in Lua, which I'm not familiar with. It looks like it's an actual fork of the PoE builder. Lua. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in Lua. I don't really understand where that comes from. Like the gaming world, a lot of people just randomly build stuff in Lua. Yeah, I think the issue is with how many bugs there are in the game. Even if you had a builder, you wouldn't necessarily be able to trust what it tells you. You have a 4 LP ladle and an Enigma. Alright. No wonder you're pushing 3k corruption. Yeah, MG's kind of in a different world. I like the challenge of the self-found though. Alright, I need to see this build now. Let me see. You guys are all hyping it up. Let me bring that up. Alright, here we go. T7 int red ring. Okay. T7 Caspi, T7 int. What? Okay. You went for spell damage. Is that better than cast speed? Why did you choose spell over cast speed? I guess you get so much from all your int already. I mean, int is not that crazy. You got 30 cast speed from your gloves. Yeah, but why not also get cast speed on the ladle too? Wouldn't that be better DPS overall? Lightning damage, cleanse, okay. Health and cooldown. You lack spell damage. Right, okay. But you have 627% lightning damage. These are in the same bucket, right? hit actual worm? Oh. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, okay, so you have... Where's generic spell damage? Does it not show? You think Frenzy Effect is bugged? I've heard a lot of the boot affixes are bugged. That's not the first time I've heard that. You have CDR Frenzy T7 int slam. Yeah, that's pretty crazy. Alright, the int spell damage 2 LP, okay. Int and health. This feels like a... I'm guessing this is not what you were going for. You're not running levels though, which I think is probably a surprise to a lot of people. But I guess you don't need it because you have Foot of the Mountain. So you can just run int without worrying about your mana. Oh, he's Lightning Blast, right, of course. Yeah. Never mind, of course. Lightning Pen, nice. Void Resin Shred, okay. What? 10. Let's see these items. Vitality and rounding out your res, this makes sense. Cast speed with Aegis, that makes sense with Lightning Blast and lightning damage, yeah. You need 16 int plus cast speed on the art. Cast speed or multi, yeah, that makes sense. Oh, you do have cast speed on the Enigma, okay. And then fire res. Yeah, there's not really any good suffixes for the catalyst. I think it's all just resist and then ward or something. Ward per second. Can you link the planner? I can link it. If you guys try and link, I'm pretty sure YouTube will block it, but there's the planner I'm looking at. Yeah, this gear is actually pretty crazy. Yeah. Yeah, if you put URLs, YouTube blocks it, so I have to be the one to link it otherwise. Yeah, exactly. Just paste that into the URL. Hmm. How much do those cost? Yeah, that's what I'm wondering too. It doesn't show the correct intelligence when you import? Oh shit. Yeah, I need to fix my damage. This is not great. It's my biggest problem right now. Are you running the freeze setup for your corruption pushing build? Is that what you use for your shade kills? You switch to 97% CR to change freeze shade. If you don't run that setup, are you able to kill shade? I'm guessing the damage is just too high, right?
Fools. Fools.
Wow, these plant enemies are so annoying. They just shoot poison at you from off screen. Trying to loot. Technically you can, but 0 mistakes. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It's probably not worth the effort, the risk if you're just trying to push corruption. If your freeze is a guaranteed strategy, then that makes sense. I'll have to try that, see how it works. So 85% is what, the minimum amount of CDR you need to make it work? Currently at 2952. Hey look guys, we're about to level up. $99%. Oh, I went the wrong way. 83 to 85, okay. Alright, I'll try that. Yeah, I have that. I don't know if I have a good roll though. They send you a Taco Bell gift card? I mean, that wouldn't be so bad. I haven't had Taco Bell in a long time. Easy. There it is. I don't even need to go into my stash. It's dropping right for me. Alright, what do we got? Low roll though. I'm guessing you need a high roll, right? Does freeze rate multi matter? I assume the freeze duration matters. You need 70 plus. Yeah, okay, that's what I figured. And I imagine if you have more CDR, you can compensate for lower duration. Do you need to spec into snap freeze for this to work? Or is it not necessary? Are you spec'd into snap freeze? It says you're not. Yes, you need to spec. Okay, so do you just swap for your shade kills? What could I drop? You respec every 30 minutes. I imagine as soon as you get like one kill, you instantly level everything back to 20 with like 3000% experience. If it's permafreeze, drop rush. Yeah, it has to be rush. You're right, because flame rush is fire. If I unspec flame ward, I lose the cold fire cold because this won't be cold anymore. The only thing I can drop is flame rush if I want to keep my frost guard. So yeah, I drop flame rush. Yeah, I think that makes sense. And then I just keep all my skill on the bar the same. Okay. That's fair. Let me see. This is Frozen Heart, right? Yeah. I only have a 50. Feels bad. 50 duration. I need to re-add that to my filter then. Let's see. Actually, show rarity set. Okay. Do you think Wraith Lord is going to get nerfed? I think there might be some Wraith Lord bugs that are currently in the game. So, maybe? I don't know. Alright, let's show set amulets. Let's make sure that works. It does, good. Why foot over Blood of the Exile? I imagine in that high corruption you probably don't care that much about move speed. And if you're perm freezing bosses anyway, you don't need to move. That's my guess, at least. Alright, let's see if we can get a better Invoker's Heart. I could also just run set prophecies, but that feels really bad. Actually, I could use Rune of Ascendance. How many do I have? 27? Yeah. Alright. Let's see. Item type, accessories, amulet. We'll do rarity. Normal magic rare exalted. And I'll put this before my hides. You had convergence node, you need the minus mana cost from that. Okay, fair enough. That makes sense. We'll put this above the hide for now. Alright, this will be my Rune of Ascendance filter. We'll see if we can craft one. You updated the planner for shades? It looks like the same URL. Is it? I think you might need to re-import. Where's all my amulets? Yeah. Yeah, you're right. What Mike said in the stream was that the benchmark for a good build is about 300 corruption, if I'm remembering correctly. And he said that anything that pushes 4 digits of corruption indicates that something is not working correctly. So, yeah, he basically did say that something about these builds should be nerfed in their eyes. How am I not dropping any amulets? Even like rare, normal ones or whatever? Oh, there we go. Great. Here we go. Incoming Frozen Heart. Let's do it. Yeah. One more try. Nope. Updated. It won't update the link. You need to do export again. It'll give you a new link. I'm almost certain that's how that works. The old link I'm pretty sure will always be the build when you first exported. You should reduce the amount of corruption you get. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like that would just make it more tedious. New link now. Bleeding Heart. Oh, I should be showing this.
Fools.
2000% monster damage. If you're talking to me, then I posted my loot filter earlier in chat. I can add it to the description after this map if you want. It's not the best loot filter out there though, so you could probably find a better one. It's very specific to Runemaster, like this build specifically. Alright, fair enough. Let me grab that link. Try this. That should be it, but you might want to confirm just in case. I also just added it to the description. If you posted a link, Zelu, I don't see anything. I just see the old link. Damn, look at that. Is 69% good enough? You said 70? I assume this is fine, right? See if we can get a better one while we have all these amulets here. $42. Why not just click the small plus for the runes? What runes? Oh. Oh, right, I forgot that was even in the game. Alright, well we have 69. That's good enough. The window isn't blocking you from dropping something you don't care about. Is that true? Should be enough. I'm still not seeing the ID for the planner. I don't know. Am I able to? Alright, I don't know what this does. There. I just gave you mod. Don't abuse it, but let's see if that'll let you post links. Try again. What do you recommend if you don't have Twisted Heart? It's an extremely important part of the build. If you don't have it, I guess. Oh, there you go. Perfect. Yeah, that worked. If you don't have Twisted Heart, you can try running a Exalted Amulet or Relic with plus levels or just int or anything. You're gonna feel a lot weaker though. It's pretty hard to make it work without. Where should you farm your first Twisted Heart? Definitely Empowered. Always push to Empowered immediately. Farming normal monoliths is never worth it. Let me check the. Alright, so this is the freeze rate one. So you have 73% here. It's pretty good. You use Osirian? Is this necessary? What is the purpose of this? Just for damage, I guess? Because you. Oh, you don't need the defense, right? So you just run this. This gives you 10% more damage. It's not necessary. Yeah, I'm guessing this is just for the more multiplier, since it's not going to be attacking you. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. That's what I was thinking. And then Snap Freeze, you have cast speed for the cooldown, -16, which is additive with the duration added you get. So this is a net positive, I think, or is it? Because you also have CDR. Is this actually good? I'm not sure the math on this. You have more CDR than you have freeze duration. Is this actually worth? And then you have cooldown recovery here. Range, okay, freeze duration. This makes sense. And then here you take freeze duration. You only take 4 out of 5 though, with 1 unspent point. Is this correct? Chill duration, spell cold. None of this is useful. Yeah, I think this makes sense. It works? Okay, well. I'm thinking that this is not actually necessary. So if we have 90 something percent cooldown, I think it hurts more to give up duration versus gaining cooldown. I'm pretty sure this is detrimental, but this should be, it's bugged, you took 5? Okay. You're hitting 80k ward without Twisted Heart? How did you manage that? Alright, I think this makes sense. I can try and replicate this on my next shade. Actually, yeah, I'll unspec right before the shade, and then I'll respec into Snap Freeze, and we'll try it and see how it goes. Can you swap for Crest of Unity? No. The Prism shards are not important. You take the Crest, the Prism for the base crit. Alright, let's keep this around. Yeah, if you're right about this, then that like makes my life significantly easier. So I've been needing to employ skill, which is not optimal, to kill the shade. You don't have gold at all? Put something for 2. I'm COF. I can't sell stuff. This is a solo self-found character, I'll have you know. Welcome to the poor life of a COF player, never having gold. You don't see any difference. Wait, hold on. Yeah, see, the spires are not attacking me right now. Oh, I moved. They're gonna attack, aren't they? Maybe not. Feels like it's not consistent when the spires work. It should be perfectly working on my character. Yeah, I think so. Our builds are pretty similar. I need to re-hide amulets. What's your take on shock chance? Well, you get it for free, so you might as well use it. I don't know. It's just part of the build. You're from Chicago, you hit ward just by living? Is that like a joke about the crime rate? I'm not an American, so out of the loop.
Fools.
You don't think Twisted Slam is necessary? Twisted Slam is... Guess we'll leave this for now. Twisted Slam is a big percentage of your ward generation. Is this 8% conversion per cast? If you're casting about 4 or 5 times a second, and you have about 1200 health per cast, it's about 100 ward. So about 500 per second of your ward is coming from Twisted Heart. This is really, really significant. Whatever ward you have without it, you'll have a lot more with it, I think. Have I tried the claw build? No, I haven't really used the claw build. I think they're both strong. Claw build can use Crest of Unity though, or Bone Clamor, whereas we're stuck using the Prism Gaze because of our base crit.
Fools. Fools.
Ward per second. I don't really have any ward per second, just like baseline. It all comes from casting Frostclaw. If you add everything up though, I should have probably over 1,000, I would think. You're getting like 15 to 16 for usual, and 30 to 36. Yeah, that's about where I'm usually at. You're probably getting a bit more as well because you're attacking stuff that has a lot more health. You're hitting them longer, you're leeching a bit more. So you're probably converting more from your Twisted Heart, I would think. Actually, I don't know. Our ward numbers are pretty similar. You probably don't get as much on bosses because maybe you kill them quicker. I'm not sure. Yeah, I feel like that freeze definitely needs to get nerfed. That is... that is a problem. If you can just permanently freeze bosses. What do you think the corruption limit going to be? Well, if you can just permanently freeze bosses, you could push thousands of corruption. The only challenge really is shade, and if you can just trivialize shade, then nothing is a challenge anymore. Leveling a squirrel build. Nice. I think they nerfed squirrel in 1.0, but it looks like it's still strong. That should be fun. Squirrel build is definitely a fan favorite for this game. Oh yeah, true. I'm also curious how to get 80k ward, which is word per second. That seems like a lot. Unless you're finding a way to stack absurd amounts of ward retention. Maybe with the bone clamor. If you look at the math for ward per second matters, depends on your build. It doesn't matter for my build. It might matter for your build. You want to see the little squirrels run around? Yeah. I'm not a fan of minion builds, but that is one of the ones that I considered trying. It looks pretty cool. That and the Wraithlord, since it's automated.
Fools. Fools.
You dropped your spell for crit multi? Yeah, I think that's probably a smart choice. You don't need all 5 leech nodes in the passive tree to be capped. I think you probably only need like maybe 1 or 2 even of this. Once your damage is high enough. Oh, right, you don't need leech at all if you're not using Frozen Heart. Yeah, the leech node does give you pen. Gives you 3% pen per node. But if you don't need the leech, you're only taking 3% pen per node. Do you think that's worth it? I mean, I guess it probably equates to like 1 to 2% more damage per node. Maybe it is worth it.
Fools. Fools.
I don't know. I'd have to run the numbers on that. I'm curious if just the pen alone is worth it if you don't need the leech. Might be. Oh, the echo. I like that. Like an echo build. You have 780% ward retention? That's not a crazy amount of ward retention. Alright, let's do the boss.
Fools. Fools.
Versus elite boss damage. Yeah, I've been trying to figure out which of those nodes is the best. I think you need at least one leech, unless you have leech somewhere else. But the question is whether you prioritize more. It probably depends on how much pen they have and how much you're already shredding. You could use a leech helm, but that's not endgame material. What do you mean by leech helm? Is there a unique? I don't remember there being an affix. I think there's like channeling leech. Ellie leech? Oh, okay. With the implicit. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're right. But then we can't use Prism, so it wouldn't work for my setup. It might work for your setup though. Because you need the lightning blast. I forget if you're using. You don't need Prism, right? Oh, you are using Prism. Hmm. Right, yeah, you need the base crit too. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I muted myself. Nice. Yeah, I don't know about giving up the gaze because it cuts your crit pretty much in half, and you have easily like 3, 4, 500 crit multi. So if you do the math on that, half your crit is basically reduces your damage by over half because of how much multi you have. So I think that the sacrifice is pretty big, and Prism Gaze does give a bit of DR. Yeah, you can run Shackles. Shackles is an option. The problem with Shackles, though, is you need to stack Cold Resist, and this build uses a lot of uniques. So it's very hard to put this build together and also stack Cold Resist through Shackle. We just don't really have the affix spots to make that work. With the cold version, you get the freeze rate multi cold resist hybrid affix, which is good. And there's a few other opportunities to stack cold res. But with our build, it's not really viable. Right, let me respec. Snap freeze, cool. So we still have cold fire cold, great. You've noticed the difference as your closed circuit? Yeah, closed circuit is just so strong for crit chance. What is my current CDR? It's not enough. I need to swap gear. I'll do that after the map though.
Fools.
Prism, no LP. What mono you find giant scorpions? Check Tunk Labs. If you search for a giant scorpion on Tunk Lab, it'll show you where they spawn. They spawn in basically every monolith, I'm pretty sure. Except maybe like 1 or 2 of them. You had a prophecy for them for ages? Yeah, they're rare, but they do spawn. Let me grab that giant scorpion. I think there might be some quests you can do to get it as well. There. This is pretty useful. Alright. Okay. So what do we need? We have 38% CDR. How much did you say we needed? Like 85 or something? I could probably just do the math. Assuming we have all the numbers we need. Alright, so this gives us 69%. 85, okay. So this gives cooldown. I don't actually think this is beneficial. I'm pretty sure this is not helpful. I'm going to try without it. We'll see. Okay. Alright, what else do we want here? Nothing really does anything. So we could just get cast speed. It's pretty much instant though. Alright, we don't want gloves. This is 32. Let's see if I have something that at least gives int. I think trying without the belt is top priority. $31. Could we do one that can give me damage maybe? Let's do this one. Int does give CDR, yeah. Exactly. I think we want lightning damage here. Ah. Beautiful. Alright. So takes us to 69. I think we need another. Why not stop at T4? Yeah, I should have. I just wasn't really paying attention. I think we need. It doesn't need to be. It doesn't need to be T7 cooldown on the boots. I think a T5 is enough if the boots have int. Actually, I'm pretty sure I have exactly the boots I need. Somewhere. Oh, I slammed them, didn't I? These might be okay. If I can reroll them a bit better. These are okay. I thought I already had rolled boots somewhere. Did I not? Maybe not. All right. Okay. There we go. This is a rip, isn't it? Oh, I got the double upgrade, but I got 19. 85. All right, we have int and we get to 85. That's not too bad. So this should, we have 7.5. Okay. What does your cooldown say on your snap freeze? T7 CDR and Strand of Souls? Yeah, you could, but I don't think that's actually what you want. This is only useful for bossing, and Strand of Souls is a defensive item. If the bosses are permanently frozen, we don't really need it on a defensive item. I think this makes sense. 6.3. That's a huge difference. Why is mine so much longer? Plus 97 CR. Okay. That shouldn't make a difference though, I don't think. This freeze duration goes 16. Guess I'll try it. 7.5, 6. Wait, what? I feel like this is bugged. This node shouldn't give you that much CDR. I think this node is bugged. That's kind of strange. It's just a flat CDR on top of whatever your current cooldown is, but it's not worded that way. Oh well, if it works, I guess it works. Well, if we want damage, then I might as well grab. Where's my jewelry ring? We'll grab jewelry ring. Okay, so we'll swap all this stuff out. This we can replace with this 18 int. I probably have something better than that though. Do I have a high int opal? Nope. This is not working. Lightning could be okay. I think lightning percent is actually okay. Spell is okay too, it gives 2 attributes. 2. Yeah. Gives a bit more CDR. Oh, I did mana regen. Shit. I didn't mean to do that. Wrong affix. Well, we got the other one. None of these were in, right? You got FS? I don't know. Okay, none of this is actually useful. How do you have... I haven't actually used it yet, so I'll tell you in a minute. Wait. Int. Where is int? There it is. I could use Glyph of Order, but I probably won't have enough FP if I do that. Now we have 6, which we do, so I can use Glyph of Order. There's 8. And I can try and reroll the implicit for 2 attributes. We do not hit it. That's okay, this is 9 int. I guess there's still a chance to fix this. Nope. Okay, that's fine. We have our ring. That is okay. What's our CDR? 96%. There you go. That is not bad. We have our int back up to where it was before. These are all good. Everything is good here. I could swap Static Shell out for more damage, but that's fine. This is usable. Yeah, I think I can work with that. All right, let's give this a try. Let's make sure everything makes sense here. So we just spam everything and snap freeze. Actually, it's 5.9. Didn't you say yours was 6.3? With plus 97? Why is mine lower than yours? Oh well. Okay, let's test this. You use Core of the Mountain? Did I miss that? Was that in your build? All right, here we go. Hello? The freeze is not working? Or is it? Maybe it is. Probably just numlock it. Oh yeah, you're right. I forgot about Osirian. Yeah. Osirian is good. I do have LP Osirians. If I slam int onto that, that'd be a really good ring. For the more damage, that's true. Alright, that is actually an awesome strategy. I love it. That makes a huge difference. So, actually, do I just keep this setup on? Nah, I think I just keep it as a weapon swap. Syrian gives freeze multi? Does freeze multi matter? What does freeze multi actually do? Does that make your freeze last longer? Does it? Actually, does it say in the character sheet? Cold skulls have a chance to freeze on hit equal to their freeze rate. I don't know if this affects duration. Doesn't imply that it does. Alright. Just gonna make a swap tab so that I have my gear ready to go. I'm gonna try running without flame rush spect. What am I missing? A bit of DR here. Damage taken. But it's only based on the time, which I don't really have much uptime. Frenzy, losing Frenzy kind of hurts. Frenzy is pretty good. Then you lose a bit of ward here, but that's probably okay. I don't think I actually need Flame Rush. If it saves me from respeccing, I think that's fine. Let's test it, see how it feels. With this snap free spec too, it's actually a pretty strong defensive ability, even just not bossing. Seems like a lot of monsters are freeze immune though. Freeze immune. You can switch to a different shade. How do you know? Can you tell which shade to do based on the color? Or do you have to see the abilities? I'm guessing if you see an ability that breaks the chain, you just immediately teleport out. You have to see it? Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I do have Osirians though. I can try making one. Osir. Let's see what we have. 1 LP, 1 LP, 1, 1, 1. 1 LP, 1 LP. Do I have any twos maybe? I only have one 2 LP Osirian. Feels bad. It's not bad. Not bad roll. Don't mind me being obsessive with my stash organization. It's just, I'm not normal. You have to see if it's anything like Black Hole, Insta Teleport, or the Meteor Smash Leave. Okay. Does that cancel stun, those abilities? No, Endurance doesn't work on ward. If you look at the description, it says Endurance reduces the damage dealt to your health below your Endurance threshold. Does not reduce damage dealt to ward. You've been using the cheap build, rocking 700 corruption. Nice. Good job. Always glad to hear people are enjoying it. I feel like before the entry level was way too high, but now everybody can access the build. It's pretty great. More CDR helps with the buff on Flame Word. Yeah, I guess you're right. I'm only running the CDR for the boss though. I could slam CDR on my Blood of the Exile, but it still wouldn't be... Actually, it would be enough. I'd only need to swap the belt if I had a CDR Osirian, or a CDR Blood of the Exile. I might try and get a 2LP Blood of the Exile with CDR then. Because then that would be one less item I need to do a swap for. Oh, much shorter cast delay. I see. So it can just cast before you're able to refreeze them. With my snap freeze being on a 5.9 second cooldown though, that might be enough to just chain freeze, like, fully into the freeze without giving them enough time to recast. I imagine with enough CDR you can probably just ignore any ability. We all need our OCD. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. My stash organization is very obsessive. No peak remote. It's a pretty good roll. Yeah, I think you wouldn't need that much more CDR. Maybe if you ran double Opal Ring, you might have enough. Is there a cap with Crit Melter cast speed? I don't think so. But depending on what you have more of and how much crit chance you have, different either could give you more value. So both of them are essentially multipliers to your damage. But if you have like a lot of crit multiplier, then cast speed is better. If you have a lot of cast speed, then crit multi is better. That's generally how it goes. If you don't have a lot of crit, then crit multi doesn't provide as much value because you're not doing the crit multi if you don't crit. So that's kind of how it works. You want to sort of balance them all to some degree. Yeah, I like the setup a lot better. Now I can push more risky shade kills if I can just perm freeze them. It'll be a lot easier for me to get to corruption faster. Can probably make a video on that. I feel like that's useful information. I think a lot of people would probably find that beneficial to know. Have I tried playing other classes? In Cycle 1, I have a level 100 Warlock, and I have a level 99 Falconer. Before 1.0, I played quite a few of the classes to level 100. I don't remember which ones I have played. There's only a few I haven't. That's why you're sharing this, but don't want this to be hotfixed. Yeah, fair enough. I don't know. Is this common knowledge? Like, is this information stuff that people have? If you don't want me to make a video on it, I can honor that. But to be fair though, this isn't the first time I've been told about this. So I do think that it is already common knowledge. Aren't there complete builds around? I mean, maybe you're right. Maybe this isn't like novel information. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. It's just the first time I've tried it.
Fools. Fools.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's not a bug. Even if people know, it's not a bug, so I don't think that they would change it mid-cycle. They might nerf it in the next cycle, but unless there's an issue with the duration or like something is actually bugged, then I don't think that they would change it. Yeah, exactly. They said mid-cycle nerfs won't happen unless it's a bug. Yeah, I don't think anything's going to stop you from pushing to like 5,000 corruption this season. If that's what you want to do, you should be able to do it. I mean, your build is already strong enough, and the only thing that can stop you is shade, which you have a perfect solution for. Is there anything else that can stop you? Like, do you have any risk of dying in normal monoliths? I assume no, right? Have you tried Runemaster dodge build? Are you talking about Plasma Orb? That balances dodge and whatever else? I haven't tried that build if that's what you're talking about. Trying to make Lightning Smite, what do you think is a good relic for it? Twisted or Storm Carved? If you have a lot of cast speed, I think Twisted is really good. Assuming that you have int. I don't really know how that build works. If you have a lot of int or ward retention, and you have a lot of cast speed, then Twisted Heart is really good. I don't think I've ever actually used Storm Carved though. Let's see. You get a refresher. Storm. I don't know if I even have one. Oh, I do. Lightning for you and your totems, penetration, shock chance, resistance. I feel like Twisted Heart is probably better. The only thing that's against me is my time. Climbing up is time consuming. You get a full-time job. Yeah, same here. If only I could be a full-time streamer. I'd probably already be past 3,000 by now. But unfortunately I have to pay the bills, so. The lights won't stay on their own. But I think you still have a few months in this cycle. Pretty sure there's 2-ish months left? At least 1.5. You still don't know which gives more +6 lightning. Depends how much flat lightning you already have, but I would say probably the percent. 6 flat is not a whole lot. You also get the pen though. Pen is nice. It's not nothing. Oh, by the way, what timeline are you pushing, Zelu? I assume Reign of Dragons because of Twisted Heart. Dragons, yeah. How many 2LP Twisted Hearts have you dropped so far? 4LP Shock Boots? Yeah, I think it would work for a boss color because you don't need any of the implicits. from any of the other boots, so you could just use the just slam whatever you want onto it. Prism Gates wins at 4%, but then I don't think so. I don't think 280% crit chance is better than 4% base. Wait. No, I don't think so. It depends on how much of each you have, I think, but yeah. You've been farming for +3/+4 Frostclaw, you haven't seen any 100 hours. Oh damn. You don't need it to get started though. If you run Unstable Core with the int Twisted Heart or just any Twisted Heart, you can sustain your mana without levels of this. You don't need this. If you go to my recent videos, you can see the guide that I was using, my old build, and that didn't use plus levels of Twisted Heart on the relic, or plus Frostclaw. You only got one 2 LP heart? Oh, that's like super unlucky. I've also only got one, although I'm CoF, so you would expect more drops because of the bonus. Which build is better? They're both good. The build I'm currently running is much tankier though. This is very, very tanky. But the other one I'm pretty sure is quite a bit higher damage. It's good for the endgame? Yeah, but it depends on how far endgame you want to go. I pushed past 1000 corruption without levels on my relic. I actually got to 1500 corruption without a plus level relic. And I probably could have kept going too. It's like, it's super, super optional. I feel like my stream is having a lot of delay. You think Twisted Heart with 2 LP is a totally different drop rate? Even slimmer than red rings? I think it's comparable to a 1 LP red ring. Pretty sure the drop rate is similar. It's just that the Twisted Heart can only drop from the dragon boss, whereas red rings you can get from other stuff. That's probably the main difference. Although red rings themselves are extremely uncommon. So maybe not. 1% base. Yeah, 1% base. But he's Merchant Guild. So he just gets the 1% plus whatever bonus from corruption.
Fools. Fools.
1% base equals 110. What do you mean?
Fools.
You stopped playing your Merchant Guild because CoF is more fun? Yeah, I agree. I haven't played Merchant Guild, but I've done enough trade and ARPGs to know that it's not for me. Talking about Red Ring, you still haven't won yet, is it? No. Red Ring is a random drop. You can get it from Prophecies, though. That's probably the easiest way, or Runes of Ascendance. I also got to like 1,000 Corruption without Red Rings. Let me grab the build. I'll dig up that video for you. Okay. Yeah, so if you go to the build in this video, I did 1,000 corruption with no LP items and no red rings. So if I can do that, then you should be okay to follow something like this and push to 1,000 corruption. The gear requirements for this build are extremely low to get started. Two LP, yeah, sure, I guess. Cast speed. You got your 16 at red ring from the bazaar. Someone sold it with 16 int? Oh my god. I would never sell that. That is such a good deal. How much does a 1 LP red ring with no slam go for? Because you would think that it would be about 4 times as expensive for a 16 int. Oh yeah, you got an amazing deal then. You also saw a post recrafted red ring. I crafted three red rings with Rune of Ascendance. That was in one of my videos. None of them were LP though. I probably don't need to be running double red ring. I think I could switch to more damage. What the hell? Oh. How did I have a DOT on me? I cleanse DOT as I use Frostclaw. I should never die to DOT. That's really strange. I must have got the poison applied after I stopped casting. The cap is 1.5, yeah. Yeah, the reduced LP chance from Rune of Ascendance is pretty rough. Makes it very hard to roll LP with those. You have 37? Do you think it's worth a try? If you want a 1 LP red ring, probably not. If you're just looking for a red ring in general, then yes, I think it's worth trying. That's probably the best candidate for Rune of Ascendance. There, here's all my... These are all my red ring drops so far. None of them have been LP. Plus the ones I'm using. Feels bad. Never lucky. Wish you luck. Yeah. Best of luck. I believe in you. I feel like maybe the Lightning Leech is worth... When I'm only hitting like a few things, my health is often not full. I think maybe a bit more Leech would help with that. Give me more ward. I'll drop a little bit of DR. What 2 nodes can I drop for this? These I need for the 5. This I need. I kind of need all of these. Crit multi, I need. I think I might be able to try. How much is this per node? 6 is 8. 8 per node. I have 54. No, I can't. I can't drop any of that. This I could. But I think I want cast speed. I think I can drop some of this DR and grab cast speed, move speed, and pen. I don't think I actually need the DR if I'm freezing shade.
Hello, traveler.
Yeah, okay. This is not super high value, actually. I don't know if this is worth it. 4 points here. 2.5 cast speed per point. The move speed I don't really care that much about. I feel like this is not worth it. Maybe this one is not worth it, but these I think might be.
Hello, traveler.
Is there any other cast speed? I can grab the int here, which might be okay. +2 int. This is probably fine. This one says damage over time in the text at the top, but then it says damage to branded enemies 2%. Not exactly clear if this is only damage over time. Yeah, I think these are not worth it. Let's unspec.
Hello, traveler.
We grab the int. Mana and armor, this is actually not bad. I don't really need armor anymore though, but if you do need armor, this might be okay to take. Ward per health. Is anything, this is ward retention maybe? Ward retention, 10%. One ward would give 4 plus a bunch of other stuff. I think int is better here. Yeah. I think int is probably the best. Here's 1% more damage I could take. I think we just go back into DR. Yeah. This is probably best. So now we have 155. Get a bit more ward retention, a little bit more cast speed. We just lose a small amount of DR. We get a bit more pen and a bit more leech. I think we should still be more tanky overall with that change. I feel like Neverlate is not worth it. Giving up 4 nodes for 10% cast speed is just too little value. Like there's so much better stuff you could get. I think this might be worse. Be sure to hit the like button. Thank you. Absolutely hit that like button. That's what the YouTube algorithm craves. The like button needs the attention. I don't know what's up with this setup, but it feels worse. I have less ward. This is also a monster damage echo, but still I shouldn't be lower. You've tested Jorah with int. You feel like they either need to shorten the cooldown. Four times the buff or make it last longer to be practical. Yeah, I don't really like the Jorah ring for that reason. I find it kind of annoying. The cooldown makes it feel annoying. Anything that's like partial uptime always feels bad to me. You up to 200 corruption, but feel like you're lacking gear. As long as you're able to get int on all your pieces, even if it's like a T5 int, like you manually craft T5, you'll feel pretty good. That's the main thing though, is just getting int on every piece of gear. That's what you're doing? Nice, yeah. Prioritize int above everything else. It's more important than resist, it's more important than crit reduction, more important than armor. Any stat, int is always more important. You have purple for ring. Giga brain. Yeah. Also, I think I mentioned it in the video, but if you have the set ring that gives 18 intelligence, that's also an option. It also gives armor, which isn't bad. You wearing a purple? Yeah, fair. It's a good ring if you just need intelligence, but if you have like an opal ring with intelligence, it's probably going to be better. Oh, these map mods are 18 health and damage, 30 endurance, 35 crit, avoid, 15 health. These are extremely tanky. You hoping you hit red? Yeah, if you can hit red, that'd be really good. I don't think red is worth using until high corruption though, because the DR is less important than intelligence early on. You'll get a lot more benefit from the cast speed, ward retention, damage, all that other stuff you get from int until you're like 1,000-ish corruption. You can bank them. Yeah, true. Yeah, I mean, rings are the best thing to use your Rune of Ascendance on, so it's still, it's not a waste. You haven't had a single T7 int drop on your character. That's really unusual. Are you sure your filter isn't blocking them? Int is not that uncommon, or it shouldn't be. Using the same oh, okay, never mind. You can have all my T6 int gear. The donation bin. Oh shit. Wait, did I complete the echo? I did kill the boss. Did that count? I wasn't paying attention. Hey, I killed the boss. Why didn't it give me credit? Feels bad. Mainly been playing offline mode. Feels bad. I might as well be playing offline mode. I don't really trade with people or party.
Fools. Fools.
Although I'm sure if I played offline mode, there would always be some people who would just assume that I modded in my items or something. Can't really do that with online. DR helps 1,000 plus corruption. Yeah, it does. If you're just starting out your build though, you get a lot more benefit from the initial int increases that you get from your gear. DR is only valuable once you've already gotten to a certain level of gear. Like 10% more DR from no defense is still no defense, right? You need to have like some baseline level of defense before you can scale it with DR. I mean, it's not exactly true, but way too casual to hit those numbers. I mean, whatever your personal goal is, it's not a competition. You got 2 wolves, took the node for companions +1, but you still can't get your 3rd. That's weird. I don't know.
Fools. Fools.
Wait, do these catapults shoot? What? They actually shoot. I didn't realize that. This animation. That's so cool. Oh, this is actually really good. 5 word retention, 12 health. Okay. Oh. Am I able to permanently freeze this boss now? Oh, I am. It can't actually hurt me. That's hilarious. You can tell I'm stacking up less word though. Yeah, this boss can't use the slam attack. Two LP Twisted Heart, please. Just 1 LP. Feels bad. Never lucky. Could you please help testing if the freeze frenzy after transformational boost is bugged or not? Cause I see right now it won't work. I've heard multiple people report that it doesn't work. Let me test it real quick. I'll go grab a pair. You have 96 in, but your max ward is only 25k. You're probably missing ward retention, a bunch of int. I have an 8% Twisted Heart, and I do a lot of damage, so I get a lot of leech. There's mana spent gained as ward. Cast speed also gives you a bunch. I have cast speed T7 and T7, so this gives me a bunch of extra ward. How's the cooldown getting lower? I don't know, there's something in here that reduces it. I'm not sure what it is. Frenzy. Okay. Haste, haste. Frenzy. Okay. Seems like it's working. What's the issue? Does it not? It could be overriding your. It could be overriding your Flame Rush Frenzy, but that's fine. No, I don't have Flame Rush spec'd right now. I have Snap Freeze. You're saying it doesn't work with this at all? Or you mean the increased effect doesn't work? I think the problem is when you reapply Frenzy, the one with the higher duration, I think that one applies. Maybe. So if you have less than 2 seconds, I think it'll just overwrite it. The frenzy duration shortens if you what? Oh, it's overwriting it then. It's just completely ignoring the boot and it's taking the one from the flame rush. You can unspec this though, right? You don't actually need it. That is annoying. Yeah, it shouldn't overwrite, but it seems like it does. What's annoying? It seems like the frenzy boots are overriding the flame rush frenzy. Or I guess frenzy is overriding the boots. You do need it for traveling. What? Oh. Oh, right. I see. Yeah. Is there a downside for running epilogue? I don't remember which one that is. Is that the... Wait, hold on. Is that the one that... I don't remember. Oh, this. I think it just eats your mana. Because normally you get a full refund, you see. And I'm pretty sure if you spec it, you don't. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure it'll mess with your mana. You don't actually need them for traveling? Nice. Okay, well, problem solved then. Nice. Yeah, that's an annoying bug, but it's good you can get around it. Yeah, if you like using epilogue, I guess might as well. Seems okay. That's a 5 crit. This bow seems extremely strong for a level 30. Because it doesn't really have... I mean, it does have the implicit flat damage. It doesn't have a cooldown on the shield? You mean it doesn't work with the shield, or?
Fools.
How does it work with the cooldown? There isn't a cooldown? Are you able to just constantly spam Frostguard over and over? Does it actually work that way? Huh. Interesting. I figured it wouldn't, but I never tested it.
Fools.
Yeah, that's kind of surprising. Hmm. Really? I'm curious. Huh. Interesting. What? Yeah, every time I cast, I get like 1,000 ward. It's destroying my mana though. Wait, is it? Why is my mana getting wrecked so hard? Oh, yeah. Yeah, it is wrecking my mana. It only, yeah, you're right. It only works on direct cast. Looking at old message requests on Discord and hey, so to me, I was one-shotting Duriel. Yeah, I don't think this is usable. Shouldn't it put cooldown? It seems like triggers bypass cooldown. It's the same with Nova. You can see this note here, it gives +4 cooldown to Nova, but we just ignore it. Triggers just seem like they completely ignore cooldowns. But then they don't benefit from all the direct cast related stuff. So there's some interesting interactions that you can get doing this. I don't actually think that this is viable though. the mana cost is just way too much of an issue. Like I'm already kind of on the edge for mana as it is, and this just kills all of my all my mana. I'm gonna put Snap Freeze back. Yeah. Oops, that shouldn't be 2. Oh, actually, yeah, it should. I only have 2 nodes in Celerity. If you have more than that, then that's why your mana is better than mine. Alright, do we level? We need one more. Alright, there we go, level 20. It's that easy. There, that was everything. Thanks for figuring. Yeah, no problem. I am glad to have that information as well. You haven't seen this new Snap Freeze tech? I guess it's not a new tech, but you can permanently freeze Oribus. Feels like something that will definitely get nerfed. You put 2 out of 3 in flame rush speed and distance. 2 out of 3 is perfect. Oh man. I keep dying while I'm reading chat. This is my own fault, but those fire things, you can't really survive that. Solve it, you need auto proc? Yeah. I need to pay attention when the maps have those fire exploding enemies, because they one-shot you. The exploding ground. I'll do the freeze tech on the next shade I get. This is a 9, I think we can push a little further. Based on your build, you developed yours to be able to easy run. You lost me with that one. I don't know what you're talking about. I also think there's a bit of a chat delay right now. Might be connection or something. I don't know. Doesn't really matter if I die though. The only time it matters would be shade. Everything else is kind of not really a big deal. You're also pushing mono, nice. How do I deal with hoarding uniques? You just buy more stash tabs. What is my ward retention? Just under 700. No, but for the uniques, basically my strategy is once I get at least like 6 or 7 of a, like say 2 LP, I just dump all 1 LPs. If I get a bunch of 3 LPs for a certain item, I dump 2 LPs. So based on the rarity of the item and the LP level determines whether or not I keep it. Or if it's something I'm actually interested in, then I might keep more of them. Otherwise I just toss everything. I also don't really keep T6s, T6 exalts. Pretty much only keep T7 now. I'll quickly show my unique pages. So these are my uniques. Yeah, so I have 0 LP items here, which is... This is mostly weavers. These are all like 17 plus weaver. I don't keep any low weavers. More weavers. These are mostly like 20. Here I keep rare stuff. Some red rings, some ominous, some auroras, bastions, some other stuff. Weapons. 1 LP, have a bunch of shields. These are mostly rare-ish, like Reyes and Horns of Ukaros. These are range stuff. These ladles I don't even pick these up anymore. Then I have all this stuff, stabs, axes, swords, spears. Most of these I drop like all the time and I don't keep picking them up. I'm CoF. Maces, what do we have? Accessories, these are all 1 LP accessories. Relics, catalyst, gloves, boots, chest. 1 LP Aaron's wheels, those are pretty rare. Helms, Most of these 1 LPs I don't pick up anymore because I have a bunch of 2 LPs, daggers. These are all 2 LP daggers. There's quite a lot. 2 LP melee, 2 LP range, shield, quiver, staff, mace. Oops. Spear, sword, axe. A lot of these I don't even pick up anymore either. Helmets. Helmets. These bar boots are really good. I like these. 2 LP chest. Bunch of exsanguinuses. 2 LP gloves. 2 LP boots. 2 LP rings. Amulets, belts, relics, catalysts, bunch of enigmas. What else? 3 LP. Here's chests, weapon, miscellaneous stuff, jewelry. These are all 3 LPs. Yeah, so the reason why I do it like that is if I type in, for example, exsanguinus, I immediately know based on what category it is, how much LP. So like I know that I have 1 LP exsanguinus, I know I have 2 LP, I don't need to like search and then find it. Because otherwise you need to specifically find it and then check how much LP. This way I know right away based on where it is. And then I have slam items. These are items I want to craft. Here's a bunch of LP twisted hearts, 2 LP, 2 LP. These are all like good slam items. Graveyard is failed slams. These are all ones that I bricked. Some random exalts for slams. Yeah, T7 gloves with good rolls, T7 boots, T7 move speed boots, rings, amulets, belts. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Just the stash tour. Oh, 1 LP twisted heart. There. And then I just have a bunch of dump tabs and I periodically organize because nobody on stream wants to see me organize this. That is a complete pain. Are there any benefits of using Eternity Cache after T1 versus T4 Sanctum? No. As long as you can use it, the higher tier Sanctum lets you slam higher tier items. So if you can slam it in T1, then do it if you want. I only run T4 though. Should I? Yeah, let's do Shade. Let's do Shade. I'm gonna switch to my freeze setup. Any 4 LP ladles? No. No 4 LP ladles. Alright, so we need this. We need this. We need this. CDR belt. CDR boots. Alright, so we're down to 8.7, 5.9. Great. If you're aiming Joe Restardo, you should run T4. Yeah, that's also true. I just generally run T4 because it's easy for this build. Wait, shouldn't run T4? Why? What is the issue with T4? Oh, what? It didn't stun. Why didn't it stun? What? Did I miss? I don't think I missed. Oh, you need to time it. Might be casting it too early. Oh. Yeah, I think that's probably it. Yeah, I can't survive anything with that setup. I give up all my DR. So I really need to do that correctly, otherwise I instantly die. I'm actually still running my CDR setup right now. This actually doesn't even feel too bad. I figured it would be terrible. This feels okay. Remains invulnerable until he... Oh, okay. So I need to wait for it to start casting. And then I use Snap Freeze. That makes sense. Without gaze a few times, yeah, that's fair. I think I can just teleport out if I mess up. That's probably fine. I can build up gaze pretty fast though. Not gonna push like a lot of gaze. You can pull my character if you do an import. Be careful about pushing corruption too high. Why? What's wrong with pushing too much corruption? Oh, then they're stuck. That's funny. You're not able to do the... Oh no. Yeah, I don't think I'll be playing more after the cycle. Maybe. I guess we'll see. 2%. Yeah, these are all 2%. 2 LP Ashen Crown. 2 LP Barboot. I think I'm probably gonna have to head out after the next shade though. I'm just gonna do that, try the snap freeze thing again, and then I'll have to get ready for bed. That's the accountant character. Yeah, it seems like with Snapfree's tree, this boss can't actually hurt you. That's pretty interesting. How cast speed? I don't actually know. Can you add me in game if you want? Yeah. Alright, so we're gonna need... I wonder if the monster attack speed or haste modifiers make the shade more likely to break the chain. That was killing me there. Send a... There we go. Yeah, I really appreciate all the help you've been giving in stream. This is really useful. Love sharing. Yeah, me too. That's the whole point of gaming, I feel, is to share your enjoyment for this type of thing with other people. That's what makes it fun. Otherwise, what's the point of the grind, right? I feel like I should try and make some fractured crowns for the fun of it. I haven't made any this cycle. You watched the item rarity versus corruption video. Yeah, keep in mind that one only applies to prophecies. It's not necessarily the same for normal drops. We don't know for sure. There is some speculation though, the community, that there's some things are reduced in higher corruption. We need a lot of testing to confirm anything though. Why is my mana so bad right now? Should be fine.
Be taken. Freedom. Death. Finally.
Sometimes my mana just feels like it's draining. Oh, my Flame Rush is higher mana now that I don't have it spec'd. It's probably part of it. This doesn't actually do anything. Alright, let's try and get skips 1-0. Let's try and get one more gaze before we push the shade. Is this the correct runic invocation setup, by the way? You need 3 points here, I think, right? And then what do I need? Oh, per rune? I don't actually need 4 points here. This cooldown is good. I think I can unspec some stuff here. So this would be 9 seconds. Without it, it would be 6. Can you explain how to maintain the mana with your build? Sure, let me just show real quick. This is the spreadsheet. So all of these nodes in the Frostclaw tree, they reduce your mana cost or increase your mana cost. If you use this spreadsheet, which is in the video description, you can use this tool to calculate your mana cost. So if you have 2 idols and 1 point in celerity, which you don't need any levels on your relic to get, your mana cost will be 23 and you'll get refunded 21. So if you are missing some nodes here, you can see that the refund is actually reduced. Wait a minute. Yeah. Actually, I think my sheet is bugged. This is broken. This is hard-coded to 5. My formula is busted. I need to fix this. Yeah, my sheet is currently broken. But if you have all these nodes, which you should, then you'll have 5 casts, so this is what you'll be looking at. must have accidentally overwritten my formula. In your build planner in the description, you have 4 there. Why have we changed to static? Static gives a lot more armor. You see 151% more armor against shocked. You haven't taken the note at the far bottom left. Oh. Yeah, maybe I don't need that. Good morning? God morning. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, I think you might be right. I don't know if I need that. Just wondering if I could get a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If I had 5 nodes, I could grab this, but that's way too many. Definitely not. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I can do anything useful. I don't know where I can put what prophecies. The main prophecies will be for your Enigma. So you run Catalyst. You need boots, either Blood of the Exile or Telfoons. So you run Boot Prophecy. You need Prism Gaze, so you run Helm Prophecy. You need Static Shell or Unstable Core, so you run Chest Prophecy. You can't get this from a prophecy. You can't get this from a prophecy. These are both specific drops. This you can get from Ring Prophecy. This you can't get from a prophecy. And the Twisted Heart is from the boss as well. The cooldown is too short for it to be beneficial. Yeah, that makes sense. Is this hardcore, bro? Nah. I'm just a softcore pleb. I'm not skilled enough. My sheets are bugged. Oh no. Oh no, you have bed bugs. Alright, let's unspec. The bonuses are halved. Oh, I see. Yeah, I think that makes sense. Yeah, the Snap Freeze tech is pretty nice. I forgot to ruin this. Alright, we need a little bit more stability here. Either Static Shell or Unstable Core are both viable options. If you run Static Shell, you probably need to get levels to Frostclaw on your Relic though, which is probably harder than just finding an Unstable Core. So you need an LP Twisted Heart. with levels slammed. Or you could use Omnis. That also works. Mountain Core gives 10 int. Yeah, actually maybe. Maybe you're right. Huh. 10 int is a lot. Yeah, I might be able to post your planner. Just give me 1 second. I think I still have the planner. Yeah, I do. Alright, let me take a look at Mountain Core. All attribute, it gives percent armor. All attribute, which is strength, that's another 40% armor. This gives a lot of armor. Damage immunity after being hit. Yeah, maybe. Maybe you're right. The more armor and the more lightning damage is pretty good. The damage immunity, though. You won't be one-shot. Unless something hits you before one-shotting you. But, yeah, I like this, actually. What is the LP level? Core of the mountain? Oh. Yeah, it's extremely rare. And it has only a 12% chance to drop from the boss. I could probably farm it. But then I also have to get a high attribute roll, and then I need to slam int onto it. Which seems pretty unlikely. Yeah, that's kind of hard. Yeah, I feel like this is very difficult for me to get as CoF. New goals. Yeah, I think it's a reasonable goal. I like the idea. Anything that gives int is strong. Honestly, I would take a 1 LP. A 1 LP with int is probably fine. I think an extra 10 int, if you can get it, might be better than a 2 LP static shell, but I'm not sure about that. It gives you like 80% armor when you count the strength, which is a huge buff that's always up, unlike static shell, which is only up if the enemy is shocked, which doesn't apply to things like spires, which hit you from across the map. This doesn't actually benefit you. So, or anything that's not actually an enemy that can be shocked. Yeah, so that could be a pretty big buff. Let's grab a little bit more stability, do the boss, then do shade. Your only upgrade except for, yeah. Yeah, if you could hit that Twisted Heart, that would be really good. It'd be a huge upgrade.
Fools. Fools.
Even a 1 LP, those take a lot of farming. I don't know if that's something I'll want to do on stream. Like that would be a very, very boring stream. All part of the grind, yeah. Yeah, true. I guess it's all the same.
Fools. Fools.
You have a 3 LP static? I don't think so. I don't think a 1 LP. That armor is really big. If you have 3 LP, you can, if you can get int, lightning multi, and if you could get a crit damage reduction, I think this affix on a chest with T5 might be enough to cap you. You might be able to just have this crit reduction plus this from the tree and be capped. If that's the case, that would free up a T7 affix on your belt, which you could slam either CDR or percent damage or something. Few good options. Alright, we have enough. Let's do the boss. I'll try doing 1 lightless arbor after shade. Let's see if we get lucky. But then I need to go get ready for bed. Lightless is somewhat fun. Yeah. There's a few items from Lightless that are worthwhile. The boots are also good, so it's not a total waste of time.
Fools. Fools.
I forget if there's mountain gloves. Alright, what do we spec into here? nothing really useful. Okay. I have to go back and do an instance to get to my chest. Does this boss suffer in single target? Well, this boss gets adaptive damage reduction. The bosses and monos do, so that does reduce my damage. But also, this is not one of the higher single target builds in the game. It's still like a 10-ish second jewel run, a T4 jewel run in like 10 seconds, but once you're in like 2000 corruption, which I'm approaching, you can see the monsters have 21 times more health. So that makes a pretty big difference. Okay, let's try this again. Swaddling of the erased, let's see. Oof. Yeah, that's insane. 21 int, 30 cast speed. Plus another 12. It's actually max roll cast speed. 42 cast speed. With almost max roll on the spell damage too. These are probably some of the most insane Weaver's Gloves I've ever seen. That's actually crazy. Alright, so let's try this. Alright, so are we ready for the tech? We have the freeze. Cool, let's go. Is Weaver's Biss? I think armor mitigation might be Biss. Eternal Gloves with T7 int is probably better, but these are good too. I like how it just plays the dialogue line over and over. There you go. That's Orbis. Tech is basically the frozen. You need as high freeze duration as possible. Something around 70 it seems like is necessary. And then other than that, you just get a bunch of CDR. I have int, which gives me CDR because of Rune Master. I think Zelu was saying you need at least 85%. I haven't tried with less, but I definitely have more than enough with 96. It's not even close, even if I don't immediately cast Snap Freeze, it still works. So then the tree, this is really important, the freeze duration. The cooldown is really important. Freeze duration here. And then this cooldown seems to be a flat multiplier or something on the skill. So without it, I think I was at like 6.5 or 7 point something, and then with this node I go down to 5.9. So this seems like it's not great, but it's actually really important, and that's pretty much the setup. Yeah, you can probably push as high corruption as you want with this, since shade is the only thing that's a real challenge. Everything else is pretty trivial. And then you just have a couple swaps on the go. You probably don't even need to swap everything, but yeah, seems to work for me. You can thank Zelu for pointing out the setup, how to make that work. All right. Let's go do a lightless arbor. See if we can get the foot of the mountain, or core of the mountain. How viable is this for arena push? I assume pretty strong. I don't know why it would have any issues with arena pushing. Okay, so we're now at 1818 corruption. It should be at 2000 pretty soon. I don't see any issues getting there. Let's go run a lightless. Like, seeing what item someone bought. Oh, nice. You sold items for, yeah, before inflation, exactly. Sold for 500 mil, nice. Game, hello? Oh, and it just crashed. Let me just restart the game then, real quick. I've not sold any items. Is it not showing? Why is it not showing the game? There we go. Okay, and we're back. Sounds like gold dupe. There was a gold dupe. I don't know if you heard the news, but the HG even made a statement on it. But there was absolutely a gold dupe. It was even worse than a gold dupe. You could just generate gold without having gold from basically nothing. You could just create 1 billion gold. Your Healing Hands Vengeance can generate 70k ward. You can die easily. Yeah, that's kind of the weakness of the ward stacker, is you can die at the beginning. It's the same issue with my build.
Fools. Fools.
says that there's a 12% chance to drop Core of the Mountain in tier 4. My odds are not looking great. And then I have like a 1 in 5 to get a high roll on top of that, and then I have a 1 in 4 to hit the int slam. Easy peasy, yeah. Exactly. Hello gamers, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. LP Mountain is such a pain to farm. Yeah. Yeah, the chance of getting LP on this is extremely low, on top of it already being really rare. Finally hit that +4 on your Ukuros. Very nice, congrats. You are now a Frostclaw gamer. I still don't have a +4 on mine. Feels really bad. And my Twisted Hearts aren't even the problem, I just don't have the Exalted Relics. You see how little damage the beam did? Wow, no unique at all? That's unlucky. Sure. Whatever. These are a waste of time for CoF. It's only really useful for Merchant Guild. Nice. Easy game. Alright folks, I'm gonna have to call it a night. We've been streaming for 8 hours after my 8-hour workday. That is a very, very long day for me. So on that note, hope you guys all have a great night. Thanks for dropping in, and hope to see you in the next one. Cheers. Enjoyed these 4 minutes. Best 4 minutes. I've heard that before.